Chapter 1305. For a long time after that, the giant dragons used the night devil's heart as energy to maintain their own energy needs. Although this great world was in complete darkness, the entire giant dragon race still managed to survive. Until one day, when a god-tier giant dragon went to hunt the night devil. The night devil's attack damaged a piece of his scale. Compared to the enormous body of a god-tier dragon, missing a scale was not a big deal. However, this missing scale became a nightmare for the god-tier dragon. When this god-tier giant dragon encountered a second night devil, the night devil let out a sharp cry. After the god-tier giant dragon fell into a state where it could not move, the night devil used its sharp claws to break open the giant dragon's skin at the location of the missing scale. It turned into a black gas and entered the giant dragon's body. The god-tier giant dragon wailed as its life force quickly disappeared. When the giant dragon's life force disappeared, a group of night devils flew out of the giant dragon's body. The night devils might not become stronger, but as long as the night devils were given enough energy, they could continuously divide into more night devils. Since then, the night devils were no longer prey, no longer the source of energy for the giant dragon race, but became the giant dragon race's great enemy. There were not many giant dragons in the first place, and the number of giant dragons that broke through the space barrier to come to this world was even fewer. In the tens of thousands of years that followed, the giant dragon race could not develop, and could not even give birth to offspring because there was not enough energy to reproduce. The giant dragons had never been so united before, and took turns to hunt. Even so, in tens of thousands of years, many god-tier giant dragons fell. Just like the silver dragon this time, he did not dare to wait for the damage to appear on his dragon body, and immediately returned to the clan to wait for the scale to recover. The silver dragon safely flew back to the giant dragon race's nest, which was a cave dug out of a huge mountain. There was a god-tier black dragon at the entrance of the cave to prevent any night devils from sneaking in. "Little Fulton, you came back so quickly. Did something happen?" The black dragon Nettinger asked with concern. Black Dragon Nettinger knew that Silver Dragon Fulton did not spend much time hunting this time. He probably could not replenish his energy, let alone bring back extra night demon hearts. "Lord Nettinger, my scales are about to give out. I'm afraid I won't be able to hunt for another year," Silver Dragon Fulton said helplessly. "A year will soon pass. You did the right thing. Don't force yourself. We have already lost too many of our comrades," said the Black Dragon Nettinger in a deep voice. The Black Dragon Nettinger stepped aside and revealed the entrance of the cave. The Silver Dragon Fulton entered the cave. There was a tunnel in the cave that was about 100 meters long. On the walls of the tunnel, there were glowing patterns. Even if the giant dragon clan was lacking in energy, they would first replenish the energy needed by the pattern here. Without this 100-meter-long passage of light, even if there was a dragon god-level dragon guarding the cave entrance, it would be impossible to prevent the night demons from entering. In this great world, it was very difficult to light up. Only this kind of glowing pattern drawn from materials brought from the great world of God could emit light under the effect of god-level energy. The night demon's stealth in the dark could not be found, but there was a huge flaw. It could not come into contact with light. Light could not only break the night demon's stealth method, but could also cause continuous damage to the night demon. Creatures like the night demon were born to be the opposite of light. Silver Dragon Fulton walked through the 1,000-meter-long passage of light and entered the giant dragon clan's common nest. He looked at the lifeless nest, and pain flashed in his eyes. If he had known that coming to a new great world would be like this, he would have fought to the last moment in the great world of God. Looking at the nest, the powerful giant dragon clan only had 3 dragon god-level giant dragons left. Including Silver Dragon Fulton, there were only 6 god-level giant dragons left. There were also 21 dragon eggs. These 21 dragon eggs were protected by a special magic array and placed in the center of the nest. This was the last hope of the giant dragon clan. The reason why there were only 9 god-level giant dragons left in the entire giant dragon clan was because of the dozens of demigod giant dragons that were brought from the great world of God. Some were killed by the night demon, and some died of old age due to lack of energy. Among the dozens of demigod giant dragons, many had the potential to become gods, but in such a great world, no matter how much potential they had, they could not use it. Today, these demigod-level dragons have become history. Only 9 god-level dragons were left in the dragon race, and they were bitterly holding on. Of course, there are more than that. Back then, there were 4 dragon god-level giant dragons and 9 god-level giant dragons. After tens of thousands of years, some of the god-level giant dragons were forcefully exhausted and died in the battle with the night demon. It was also for this reason that the prideful dragon race became extremely united. They huddled together tightly and no longer dared to split up to do their own things. Silver Dragon Fulton came to the 21 dragon eggs and injected half of the energy he obtained into the magic array. In order to maintain the vitality of these 21 dragon eggs, except for the 3 dragon gods who needed to maintain their strength, the strength of the other 6 god-level giant dragons had dropped to the early god level. Silver Dragon Fulton was very sad. He did not know whether the giant dragon clan would die out in this gloomy great world. This gloomy great world was like a huge cage that imprisoned the giant dragon clan. The giant dragon clan no longer had the strength to break the space barrier. Silver Dragon Fulton stood quietly beside the 21 dragon eggs. He had long made up his mind that even if he had to exhaust his own life force, he would not let the vitality of the dragon eggs disappear before he died. A wave suddenly appeared. It was so long ago that Silver Dragon Fulton had almost forgotten about it, so he did not react for a while. However, the aura of the 3 dragon gods soared into the sky. The black dragon Nettinger at the entrance of the cave, the gold dragon Alfred, and the green dragon Austin in the cave all let out a dragon roar. These 3 dragon roars were full of surprise and excitement. These were the roars of the dragons who had been reborn. The giant dragon summoning magic array has been activated. We can go home now. Silver Dragon Fulton's eyes were filled with tears. He had almost forgotten what it meant to be touched, but when he realized what the wave was, he cheered. The other 5 god-level giant dragons also flew out of their lairs. They rarely moved because moving would increase the consumption of energy. The extra energy would be better used to maintain the vitality of the 21 dragon eggs. The 5 god-level giant dragons were also in a sorry state like Silver Dragon Fulton. Their scales were full of scars, which showed how difficult the battle was. The god-level giant dragons were reluctant to waste energy to repair these ordinary scars. They would only use energy to repair their scales when they could no longer protect themselves. They really could not afford to waste energy. Every bit of energy had a great effect. Gold Dragon Alfred looked at all the god-level giant dragons and asked, "We're not in good condition now. After returning to the great world of God, don't get caught up in the battle. We don't know who activated this giant dragon summoning magic array. Maybe it's a trap. What do you all think we should do?" Although the 3 dragon gods had high statuses, there were only 9 god-level giant dragons left in the entire giant dragon race. In addition, they had fought together for tens of thousands of years, so they had formed the closest relationship. Gold Dragon Alfred would not use his status as a dragon god to force an order. Instead, he wanted to ask for the opinions of all the god-level giant dragons. "There's nothing to say. I don't want to stay here for a moment longer." The black dragon Nettinger shouted first. The night demon was a nightmare. It was an existence that could be killed with one claw, but as soon as it appeared, it would cause damage to the god-level giant dragons. It was the same for the dragon gods. It was just that the dragon gods' defense was stronger, so the damage caused by the scales was slightly lighter. Before they had any experience dealing with the night demon, a dragon god had already fallen to the night demon. No matter what danger there is in the great world of God, this risk is worth it, the green dragon Austin also said. The 6 god-level giant dragons did not speak, but their eyes revealed the same meaning. Nettinger, Austin, each of you take 7 dragon eggs. I'll take 7 dragon eggs as well. The rest of the giant dragons will follow us back to the great world of God. The gold dragon Alfred said with an excited voice. The reason why the 3 dragon gods each carried 7 dragon eggs was that the gold dragon Alfred did not want to put the last hope of the giant dragon race in one place. If they were to encounter a battle when they returned to the great world of God, it was very likely that one mistake would ruin the future of the giant dragon race. The 3 dragon gods and the 6 god-level giant dragons left the nest and flew into the air. The gold dragon Alfred began to mobilize the energy in his body and began to communicate with the dimensional door according to the coordinates he received. The dimensional door had already been opened. All the gold dragon Alfred needed to do was to communicate with the dimensional door here so that the entrance of the dimensional door would appear in front of them. Just as the gold dragon Alfred was communicating with the dimensional door, black shadows appeared beside the god-level giant dragons. Dozens of night demons had moved out at the same time. These night demons were attracted by the roars of the 3 dragon gods. In addition, with so many god-level giant dragons not hiding their powerful aura at all, the night demons naturally sensed the abnormality here. "Protect Alfred," the black dragon Nettinger said loudly. The black dragon Nettinger did not hold back his energy. He did not care about his own defense at all. First, he set up an energy shield around the gold dragon Alfred. The green dragon Austin did the same thing. After that, he was continuously controlled by the night demon's roars, and new scars kept appearing on his dragon scales. After the silver dragon Fulton's dragon scales took a few more hits from the night demons, the broken dragon scales finally broke open. Fortunately, as long as he was attacked, the control effect of the roars would disappear, so the silver dragon Fulton could still move. He saw the other god-level giant dragons of the same race taking on the night demons' attacks, while killing the night demons that appeared. However, the number of night demons was not limited to these. More and more night demons appeared and joined the battle. This scene of night demons gathering together reminded the silver dragon Fulton of the scene of the dragon god's fall. It was so similar to this scene. The silver dragon Fulton felt a tingling sensation from his skin where he had lost his scales. He knew that the night demons had broken through his skin and were about to enter his body. He let out an angry roar, and the silver-white scales all over his body stood up. Then they all popped up into the air. The silver-white scales turned into balls of light and instantly lit up the entire area. This sudden light made the night demons cry out in pain. The night demons in the distance also hurriedly retreated. However, the night demon that attacked the silver dragon Fulton had already entered his body. The feeling of his flesh being devoured was transmitted to the silver dragon Fulton's brain. The silver dragon Fulton looked at the gold dragon Alfred. His eyes flashed with anticipation. He really wanted to see the great world of God again, his homeland. "Protect the dragon egg." Silver dragon Fulton uttered his last sentence. He burned his soul, and his body turned into a huge fireball. The silver dragon Fulton heard the terrified cry of a night demon in his body. He saw the night demons being scared away by the huge fireball. He saw the silver-white spatial gate appearing. The black dragon Nadinger, the green dragon Austin, and the 5 god-level giant dragons silently watched the silver dragon Fulton turn into a fireball. They all hoped that this would be the last giant dragon to fall. The fireball that the silver dragon Fulton turned into slowly dimmed until the spatial gate was completely opened. It was as if he was protecting the god-level giant dragons. "Let's go." The gold dragon Alfred did not mention the silver dragon Fulton. He only said in a low voice. At this time, the night demons chased after the god-level giant dragons because there was no light. The gold dragon Alfred took the lead and entered the spatial gate first. Then the black dragon Nadinger entered, followed by the 5 god-level giant dragons, and finally the green dragon Austin. How could the night demons let these god-level giant dragons go? The night demons, who were almost invincible in the great dark world, never knew fear. Dozens of night demons rushed into the spatial gate and flew to the other side. The gold dragon Alfred felt the familiar aura that was engraved in his bones. This was the aura of his homeland. This was the aura of the great world of God. The black dragon Nadinger appeared. He was stunned on the spot. He was finally back. The suffering of tens of thousands of years was finally over. The giant dragon race had returned to the great world of God. The 5 god-level giant dragons and the green dragon Austin appeared, followed by dozens of night demons. But the night demons did not expect that although the planet was damaged, there was still a star nearby. The night demons rushed into the world of light. The night demons' bodies were illuminated by the light emitted by the star. Black smoke constantly rose from their bodies, and the night demons let out miserable howls. The night demons wanted to return to the great dark world, but the spatial gate was not two-way. This was a spatial gate that summoned the giant dragons. They could only come here from afar and could not leave through the spatial gate. The night demons, who were not invisible, were just existences that the gold dragon Alfred and the other god-level giant dragons could kill with a wave of their hands. But they all stood quietly in the air, watching the night demons struggle in the light. They thought of the silver dragon Fulton and the fallen giant dragons. Chapter 1306. In the Zerg world, David's energy conversion progress was exceptionally fast after a year of closed-door training. It was so fast that he even suspected that there was a problem with his training. However, after a check by Black Dragon Alexis, there was no problem. David's energy conversion had now reached 95%, and he would be able to reach the peak of 99% in a while. Just when David thought that he could reach the peak of demigod on the Zerg world's home planet in peace, an accident happened. "Sir, I sense the coordinates of the dimensional portal from the dragon summoning circle. The dragon summoning circle has been activated." Black Dragon Alexis suddenly said to David. David was stunned when he heard that. He did not expect that under the continuous efforts of the Supreme Council and the 5 shrines, the evil gods of the Twilight of the Gods had successfully activated the dragon summoning circle. "I still didn't stop it. I just hope that the dragon race won't go too far," David said in a deep voice. David was still very worried about the return of the dragon race. He was worried that the return of the dragon race would threaten his territory and his friends. As for the dragon race and the 5 gods fighting for control of the great world of God, it had nothing to do with him. David now controlled the Zerg world and had the same status as the president and marshal of the Interstellar Federation in the Federation. He had enough. He did not need to control the great world of God anymore. "Sir, I want to go and take a look," Black Dragon Alexis requested. Black Dragon Alexis knew that his request was a little overboard. He did not want to leave David, but he had left the dragon race for tens of thousands of years just to see him. "Go ahead. If there is any trouble, call me. I will bring all my combat power to help you," David said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Black Dragon Alexis had done too many things for him over the years. The Black Dragon Alexis had contributed greatly to his current achievements. "Thank you, sir," the Black Dragon Alexis said gratefully. He soared into the air, and after flying away from David's shoulder, he transformed into the Black Dragon's original form. The Black Dragon Alexis used the coordinates sent by the giant dragon summoning circle to contact the dimensional portal. After a while, a silver-white ripple appeared in the sky. The Black Dragon Alexis did not hesitate and flew into the portal. Another dragon is coming," Gold Dragon Alfred exclaimed in surprise. Apart from the dimensional door that they had opened earlier, the night demons who had followed them over were the only ones who could contact the dimensional door. Gold Dragon Alfred didn't remember that there were still giant dragons alive back then. All the giant dragons had left the great world of God with them. Within the light, the Black Dragon Alexis appeared. "It's Alexis. You're still alive," the Black Dragon Nettinger exclaimed in surprise. The Black Dragon Nicholas, one of the 5 god-tier giant dragons, was also very excited. There was still one Black Dragon alive. "Lord Nettinger, Nicholas, are you the only ones left of the Black Dragon clan?" The Black Dragon Alexis was also very happy when he saw the 2 black dragons. However, he soon realized that something was wrong and asked in surprise. The Black Dragon clan was known for their defense. They were the giant dragons with the highest survival rate. When the Black Dragon Alexis was injured and captured by death, the Black Dragon clan had at least 6 god-tier black dragons. However, There were only 2 black dragons left now. The black dragon Alexis looked at the other giant dragons present. He couldn't believe his eyes. The giant dragon clan that used to dominate the great world of God was now left with only 8 god-tier dragons. Moreover, the 3 dragon gods, including the black dragon Nettinger, were so weak that they didn't seem to be as strong as they used to be. Not to mention the 5 god-tier giant dragons. It could be said that the 5 god-tier giant dragons were not even as strong as the 5 god-tier clones. Alexis, how did your strength improve so quickly? You've already reached the dragon god level? The black dragon Nettinger was also looking at the black dragon Alexis. He felt the surging black dragon power in the black dragon Alexis body. He couldn't help but ask curiously. The black dragon Nettinger was of course curious. The reason why the giant dragons left the great world of God was because all the gods in the great world of God had joined forces to hunt down every giant dragon. In that kind of situation, the scattered giant dragons that left the giant dragon clan couldn't survive at all. Not to mention, the black dragon Alexis was rumored to have fallen before the giant dragons left the great world of God. How could he live so comfortably? Did the gods in the great world of God not hunt down the black dragon Alexis? Alexis, there's something wrong with your soul. Did you sign a master-servant contract? Gold Dragon Alfred suddenly asked. Gold Dragon Alfred's soul was extremely powerful, and he had a special soul-type talent. He could sense the abnormality of the giant dragon's soul. During the era of the giant dragons, Gold Dragon Alfred was the dragon god in charge of law enforcement. The black dragon Alexis looked at Gold Dragon Alfred and answered in a deep voice, "Yes, I signed a master-servant contract to repay you for saving my life." The black dragon Alexis felt that he had a clear conscience. He felt that following David was the best thing he had done in his life. Alexis, where's the pride of a giant dragon? You actually became a servant. Gold Dragon Alfred asked in a deep voice. Lord Alfred, I was imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. I was constantly tortured and humiliated. I live a life worse than death until I met my master. He saved me and did his best to treat my injuries. He provided me with training resources. Me repaying him should be the pride of a giant dragon. The black dragon Alexis said calmly. Alexis, you've fallen. Gold Dragon Alfred looked at the black dragon Alexis with pity. Alfred, Alexis is a black dragon. He has the right to make his own choices. To the surprise of the black dragon Alexis, the black dragon Nettinger retorted to Gold Dragon Alfred. Gold Dragon Alfred looked at the black dragon Alexis, then looked at his own group of giant dragons. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. Indeed, it was no longer the era of the giant dragons. The giant dragons were in their twilight years. Gold Dragon Alfred didn't have the right to interfere with the actions of the black dragon Alexis. Moreover, the black dragon Alexis was rescued after being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. There was nothing wrong with being a servant after receiving such a great favor. Gold Dragon Alfred thought for a moment and said, Alexis, you can also make a choice now. Discuss with your master and allow you to return to the giant dragons. Our giant dragons will become his friends. We will help him with anything. In Gold Dragon Alfred's opinion, the black dragon Alexis had such strength. Returning to the giant dragons would greatly increase the strength of the giant dragons. As for the black dragon, Alexis's master, gaining the friendship of the giant dragons would be enough to make up for the loss of the black dragon, Alexis's departure. Lord Alfred, I'm afraid you don't know the current situation of the great world of God? Black dragon Alexis asked in a deep voice. Alexis, tell us about the situation of the great world of God. Black Dragon Nettinger said to Black Dragon Alexis. Lord Nettinger, the great world of God is now ruled by 5 gods. The other gods are suppressed and don't dare to leave the small world. Black Dragon Alexis explained after thinking for a moment. Are there only 5 gods? How strong are they? Black Dragon Nettinger was happy at first, then asked. Black Dragon Nettinger originally thought that there were at least dozens of gods in the great world of God, and that he would be besieged by them when he came to the great world of God. He did not expect to hear from Black Dragon Alexis that there were only 5 gods. This news made Black Dragon Nettinger feel a lot more relieved. I have fought with the god of war, one of the 5 gods. I joined forces with 2 other gods and barely managed to resist the god of war. Black Dragon Alexis told the truth. Hearing Black Dragon Alexis's words, Black Dragon Nettinger could not help but fall silent. Black Dragon Nettinger believed that Black Dragon Alexis would not deceive him in this regard, and there was no need to deceive him. Black Dragon Nettinger could clearly judge the Black Dragon Alexis's strength. The Black Dragon Alexis was stronger than him. Of course, this was because Black Dragon Nettinger was in the Dark Great World. Not only did his strength not increase in tens of thousands of years, but it had also decreased. Although Black Dragon Alexis was also imprisoned and could not increase his strength, and his strength was greatly affected due to his injuries, he had met David, who did not lack resources. In recent years, with a large amount of top-notch resources, his strength had increased at an unimaginable speed. Who could use the rarest top-notch resources in the great world of God as a meal, and the kind that could fill one's stomach? With the huge body of Black Dragon Alexis, even if all the spiritual items in the great world of God were given to him, he would not be able to satisfy his consumption. Therefore, Black Dragon Alexis's strength had increased extremely quickly and had reached the level of a dragon god. However, he had always looked up to the dragon gods and had always thought that he was still far from them. Black Dragon Nettinger judged in his heart. According to Black Dragon Alexis, the 3 dragon gods here could only barely resist the god of war. The 5 god-tier dragons might be able to resist 1 god if they worked together. That was all. Black Dragon Alexis's introduction made Black Dragon Nettinger lose the idea of snatching the great world of God. Of course, before returning, he and the other 2 dragon gods had already expected this. Now that the dragon's strength had been greatly reduced, they only thought of protecting themselves and not snatching the control of the great world of God. Alexis, how did you fight the god of war? Didn't the 5 gods hunt you down? Gold Dragon Alfred asked curiously. Since the 5 gods ruled the great world of God, how could there be a Black Dragon Alexis and 2 other god-tier dragons fighting the god of war? Moreover, the 5 gods allowed the Black Dragon Alexis to live so comfortably. At such a close distance, Gold Dragon Alfred could smell the top-grade resources coming from Black Dragon Alexis's dragon body. This was the overflow of top-grade resources after consuming a large amount of them. My master had some conflicts with the god of war. My master arranged for 3 god-tier dragons, including myself, to fight the god of war. Not long after that battle, the 5 gods recognized my master's identity and my existence in the great world of God. Black Dragon Alexis said proudly. Black Dragon Alexis explained the situation of the great world of God to the dragons. The dragons had no place to go at the moment. Only after hearing about the great world of God's situation could they make a decision. On the other side, after Gold Dragon Alfred and the other 7 god-tier dragons appeared in the star field of chaos, the 5 shrines' alarms sounded. The divine aura detection system had found the 8 god-tier dragons' positions. Due to the uniqueness of the star field of chaos, the 5 shrines immediately sent many divine emissaries to the guardian planet and sealed off the passage from the great world of God to the War Star. The War Star's resources were very important to the shrines and couldn't be destroyed by the dragons. In addition, the 5 space shrines also approached the dragon's position. These 5 space shrines had always been on the outskirts of the star field of chaos. If they wanted to get there as quickly as possible, as long as they used enough faith power, they could get there in a few minutes. The colossal dragons have declined. In the small world of the god of war sighed to the other 4 gods through an illusion. The divine aura detection system could detect the strength of a god's aura. Through the detection, the god of war could clearly see the strength of the 8 dragons. After sensing the strength of the 8 dragons, the god of war didn't let go of his worries. Instead, he was deeply disappointed. The invincible dragons of the era of the war with dragons only had this much fighting power left. The god of war originally wanted to have a big fight. He was the god of war and could improve himself through endless battles. If the dragons were strong enough, perhaps he could improve his strength in this battle. It was just a pity that the strength of the colossal dragon tribe that had appeared this time around was truly insufficient. Strange, the god of knowledge said, puzzled. Which great world did the dragons go to? How could they lose so much power? That great world is too dangerous. It should be known that when he learned that the evil gods were preparing to activate the dragon's summoning circle, the god of knowledge had made a judgment. After tens of thousands of years, the power of the dragons should be on par with the 5 gods of the great world of God. The god of knowledge thought that this would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. That black dragon Alexis has also gone over, the god of justice said after seeing the detection information. They didn't care about the black dragon Alexis, but they cared about the demigod Arthur behind him. The dragons and demigod Arthur's strength could fight against the 5 gods. However, the 5 gods didn't think of David's true strength. David's true strength was much stronger than the 5 gods thought. Chapter 13:07. I hope Black Dragon Alexis doesn't interfere. Otherwise, I'll kill him as well. The god of war said in a low voice. In the past 2 years, the shrines of war have been slowly recovering their strength under the continuous effects of the god of war's blessings. The price was that the god of war had lost a lot of power of faith. Of course, the most important thing was that the shrines of war had found many believers with the potential to become oracles in the great world of God. Under the deliberate training of the god of war, the power of the oracles had already reached level 5. This method of using the power of faith to greatly increase one's strength seemed to be very fast, but in fact, it had a huge drawback. It would be difficult for the oracles who reached level 5 to reach the level of demigod in their lifetime. However, in the great world of God, reaching level 5 was enough in most cases. The god of war would not train the oracles to become demigods. Black Dragon Alexis dared to intervene in the affairs of the giant dragons. That's breaking the agreement. If we kill him, we won't violate the agreement. I hope that Black Dragon Alexis will seek death himself. The god of wealth said with a smile. While the 5 gods were communicating through the illusion in their respective small worlds, the 5 space shrines were about to reach the location of the giant dragons. At this time, the 3 dragon gods and the 5 god-level giant dragons had already learned about the current situation in the great world of God from the Black Dragon Alexis. They also knew that the 5 gods had set up a divine aura detection system in the great world of God. Alexis, as long as we are in the great world of God, no matter where we are, we can't escape the pursuit of the 5 gods. The black dragon Nettinger asked in a low voice. Yes, the 5 great gods have ruled the great world of God for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, any god that appeared would be killed by the 5 great gods. The reason why the giant dragons are able to return this time is because the 10 great gods have been oppressed to the point that they have no choice but to use the giant dragons to create chaos in the great world of God. The black dragon Alexis replied with certainty. Then let's fight. I can once again sense the aura of my hometown. It doesn't matter even if I die. When I was in the dark world, I regretted not dying in battle in the great world of God. Instead, I chose to flee. Green Dragon Austin said in a deep voice. Fight! The 5 divine-level dragons replied loudly. After surviving in the dark world for tens of thousands of years, the god-level dragons had long made up their minds. Even if they were to die, they would never leave their homeland again. Then prepare for battle. I can sense the auras of 5 shrines approaching from afar. Gold Dragon Alfred said as he looked into the distance. Ever since they knew that the 5 great shrines could track the aura of a god at any time and locate the location of a god, the god-level dragons of the Giant Dragon Clan had no intention of escaping. In their opinion, rather than running around like stray dogs, it was better to fight with dignity. The Black Dragon Nettinger and the Green Dragon Austin also sensed the auras that were rapidly approaching from afar. They mobilized the little energy in their bodies and prepared for battle. Alexis, do you acknowledge the identity of a giant dragon? The black dragon Nettinger thought of something and asked aloud. Lord Nettinger, I have always been proud of being a giant dragon. The black dragon Alexis gave an affirmative answer. The black dragon Nettinger waved his hand and took out the 7 dragon eggs. Then I would like to give you a task. Here are 7 dragon eggs. I hope you can take good care of them. If possible, you can rebuild the giant dragon clan. Don't let the giant dragon clan perish. The black dragon Nettinger knew very well that with their current state, this battle would not bode well for them. Rather than bringing the 7 dragon eggs to destruction, it would be better to give the 7 dragon eggs to the black dragon Alexis. As for the black dragon Alexis, it would still be a giant dragon. Furthermore, the black dragon Nettinger had his own selfish motives. He did not want all the black dragons to perish here. The black dragon Alexis was living a good life. Taking the opportunity of letting the black dragon Alexis protect the dragon eggs and leave, the black dragon Alexis would not have to choose whether to stay or not. Lord Nettinger, please rest assured. I will definitely hatch the 7 dragon eggs and let them grow. The black dragon Alexis promised in a deep voice. It was just 7 dragon eggs. Although hatching dragon eggs required a large amount of resources, this amount of resources was really nothing to the black dragon Alexis. This was the benefit of following David. They did not have to worry about resources. Even if David did not provide the resources for hatching dragon eggs, the black dragon Alexis could still save money by eating less. The eyes of the gold dragon Alfred and the green dragon Austin flickered. They thought of the aura of top-notch resources emitted by the black dragon Alexis. It was not hard to imagine that the black dragon Alexis did not lack resources. Alexis, I also have 7 dragon eggs here. Please help me take care of them. The gold dragon Alfred and the green dragon Austin said at the same time. The black dragon Alexis was stunned. At this time, the 2 dragon gods had already delivered 14 dragon eggs to him. At this time, the black dragon Alexis understood that the 3 dragon gods were preparing to fight to the death. Before the battle, they were handing over the hope of the giant dragons to him. Lord Nettinger, Lord Alfred, Lord Austin, if you are willing, I could take you to my master and ask him to take you in. The black dragon Alexis did not want the last giant dragons of the giant dragon race to fall, so he said in a deep voice, Alexis, even if I die in battle, I will not ask for the protection of an outsider race. The gold dragon Alfred shook his head and refused. The black dragon Nettinger, the green dragon Austin, and even the 5 god-tier giant dragons did not say anything, but their refusal was obvious. After handing over the 21 dragon eggs, these god-tier giant dragons had handed over their most important mission. They had suffered so much in the dark world, and now they needed a vent. The best way to vent was to fight to the death. Even if they fell, they did not care. My 3 lords, actually, my master is also a giant dragon. The black dragon Alexis continued to persuade them. Hearing the black dragon Alexis's words, the 3 dragon gods hesitated. If there really was a giant dragon that was still alive and could provide them with protection, it would be acceptable. The black dragon Alexis sensed the approaching space shrines and said anxiously, My 3 lords, please make a prompt decision. Once the 5 shrines in space arrive, the 5 gods will descend. Alfred, why don't we go and see Alexis's master? The black dragon Nettinger trusted the black dragon Alexis very much and suggested. Among the 3 dragon gods, the gold dragon Alfred was the leader. When it came to matters of life and death, the gold dragon Alfred's opinion was the most important. Alexis, what conditions does your master need to protect the giant dragons? The gold dragon Alfred asked the black dragon Alexis. The gold dragon Alfred knew that the one who could make the decision was not the black dragon Alexis, but the master of the black dragon Alexis, the mysterious giant dragon. Especially when the giant dragon summoning array was activated this time, the mysterious giant dragon did not appear. This made the gold dragon Alfred unable to determine the mysterious giant dragon's thoughts. Normally, as long as the giant dragon summoning array was activated, any giant dragon should respond. Even if it was just to check on the situation, it should still make a trip. The behavior of the black dragon Alexis's master showed that he did not have any feelings for the giant dragons. It was unrealistic for him to accept the giant dragons unconditionally. The gold dragon Alfred wanted to know what price the giant dragons had to pay to obtain the protection of the black dragon, Alexis's master. The black dragon Alexis immediately said, "Master Alfred, please wait a moment. I'll contact my master right away." The black dragon Alexis contacted David through its soul connection with David. "Master, the giant dragons only have 3 dragon gods and 5 god-tier giant dragons left. They're all extremely weak. Can you take them in?" The black dragon Alexis explained the situation and asked. The black dragon Alexis was anxious. With David's combat strength, he would not care about the god-tier dragons at all. As long as David was given more time, he could completely nurture all his legendary and demigod-tier bug clones into god-tier. Just by looking at the composition of David's combat strength, one could tell that David did not like uncontrollable combat strength. Among all the god-tier combatants, only the black dragon Alexis was not David's clone. The rest of the god-tier combatants were actually David's clones. "Alexis, in what form will the giant dragons accept my protection?" David asked through their soul connection. The black dragon Alexis could not help but sigh when he heard David's question. His previous thought was that David had a huge territory in the bug world. As long as he gave the giant dragons a planet, they would be able to survive. However, why would David help the giant dragons? Was it just because the blood of the black dragon flowed in David's body? David waited for a moment and did not receive a response from the black dragon Alexis, so he directly stated his conditions. "If the giant dragons agree to serve me as their master, I will agree to protect the giant dragons. Lord Alfred, Master said that we need to sign a master-servant contract to protect the giant dragons." Black Dragon Alexis said helplessly to Gold Dragon Alfred. Black Dragon Alexis saw the anger in the eyes of Gold Dragon Alfred, Black Dragon Nettinger, and Green Dragon Austin. He knew that the 3 dragon gods would not accept this condition. Then there's no need to say anything more. "Alexis, I hope you can treat the 21 dragon eggs well and rebuild the giant dragons," Gold Dragon Alfred said in a deep voice. Black Dragon Alexis knew that once Gold Dragon Alfred had decided, he would not change his mind. "Here's some resources. I hope they can help you recover some of your strength," Black Dragon Alexis said as he took out 100 fey fruits from his dimensional storage and placed them in front of Gold Dragon Alfred. "These are the cultivation resources that your master gave you?" Black Dragon Nettinger asked in disbelief. During the era of the dragons, there were not many fays. The growth of fays was extremely random and rare. Therefore, during the era of the dragons, the number of fays that the giant dragons harvested was also extremely limited. 100 fey fruits was usually the annual production of the entire Great World. So many fey resources were casually taken out by Black Dragon Alexis. How could Black Dragon Nettinger not be shocked? "Yes, these are the cultivation resources that my master gave me. I came out in a hurry, so I did not bring many fays," Black Dragon Alexis explained. For the past year, Black Dragon Alexis had been cultivating in seclusion with David. Every once in a while, they would consume large amounts of fays. His previous cultivation had consumed most of his fays. Because he came over in a hurry, he did not receive more fays from David. He was only left with these 100 fey fruits. To be honest, after hearing Black Dragon Alexis's explanation, Black Dragon Nettinger hesitated for a moment. Should he also submit to Master Black Dragon Alexis? However, the pride in his heart did not allow him to do so. He would rather die in battle than become a servant. Gold Dragon Alfred sensed the aura of the space shrines and said in a deep voice, "Alexis, thank you for your support. You should leave quickly." Gold Dragon Alfred distributed the 100 fey fruits to the god-tier giant dragons. The god-tier giant dragons consumed the fey fruits one after another, allowing the energy within the fey fruits to nourish their dried-up dragon bodies. Even Gold Dragon Alfred could not help but moan after consuming the fey fruits. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that it had absorbed energy to its heart's content. Moreover, it was such a top-notch cultivation resource energy. All the god-tier giant dragons were not stingy with the fey fruits. They consumed all 100 fey fruits without leaving anything behind. The god-tier giant dragons were very clear that the upcoming battle was likely to be their last battle. There was no need to leave the fey fruits behind. Black Dragon Alexis was a little hesitant. He did not leave immediately, but wanted to see the situation. If there were not two black dragons among this batch of giant dragons, especially Black Dragon Nettinger, perhaps Black Dragon Alexis would immediately leave with the 21 dragon eggs. However, Black Dragon Nettinger was the Black Dragon's dragon god. In the past, Black Dragon Alexis had even received the teachings of Black Dragon Nettinger. Just as Black Dragon Alexis was hesitating, the 5 space shrines surrounded the giant dragons and Black Dragon Alexis. The 5 deities' divine bodies also descended in front of the 5 space shrines. They stared at the giant dragons in the encirclement. In the upcoming battle, they would be able to eliminate the threat of the giant dragons. This made the 5 deities serious. They did not relax just because the strength of the giant dragons had decreased. Gold Dragon Alfred's mind moved. The other god-tier giant dragons formed a strange battle formation with him as the center. The battle formation formed by the 8 god-tier giant dragons was somewhat similar to a battle formation, but it was also different. The 8 god-tier giant dragons each used the strongest defensive position on their backs. At the same time, the weaker parts of their abdomens were blocked by the other god-tier giant dragons. This battle formation was the result of tens of thousands of years of battle with the night demons in the dark great world. Chapter 1308. The god of war looked at the Black Dragon Alexis and said in a deep voice, "Alexis, leave the items that the giant dragons gave you, and you can leave." The Black Dragon Alexis hid the 21 dragon eggs under its scales. If it was an ordinary god, it wouldn't have been discovered, but the 5 space shrines had strengthened their scanning, and they discovered the 21 dragon eggs hidden on its body. The Black Dragon Alexis had no choice but to hide the 21 dragon eggs under its scales. It didn't carry any space items that could store life. The powerful energy of the dragon eggs wasn't something that could be stored in an ordinary summoning ring. The Black Dragon Alexis, of course, wouldn't hand over the 21 dragon eggs. It said coldly, "God of War, are you going to break the contract and attack me?" The Black Dragon Alexis didn't expect the dragon eggs to be discovered. It was a little embarrassed to report to David, but for the sake of the 21 dragon eggs, it still sent a message to David asking for help. It admitted that it was a little indecisive on this matter, but it involved the last 2 black dragons of the Black Dragon race. It was normal for it to be worried. Besides, the Black Dragon Alexis thought that even if it was seen by the 5 gods, they wouldn't do anything to it because David and the 5 gods had a holy text agreement. "Delay it for 3 minutes, and I'll be there immediately." David's reply was very simple. If something had happened to the giant dragons, David wouldn't have cared. He wasn't a kind person. The giant dragons were exterminated, and David didn't come to snatch the god-level souls. It was all because of the Black Dragon Alexis. Otherwise, after hearing the news that the giant dragons were being hunted down by the 5 gods, he definitely would have come to snatch the god-level souls. But the Black Dragon Alexis was different. They had gone through life and death together. So the relationship between David and the Black Dragon Alexis was like that of a teacher and a friend. The god of war said in a low voice, "Alexis, think carefully. We can't let you leave with the dragon eggs. Since you want to protect the dragon eggs, then die with these giant dragons." The Black Dragon Alexis let out a dragon roar and said without any fear, "God of war, we fought last time, and there was no clear winner. Why don't we fight again today and see who's stronger?" The Black Dragon Nettinger said in a low voice, "Alexis, don't fight. It's more important to protect the dragon eggs." The giant dragon's battle form flew towards the Black Dragon Alexis, ready to protect of Alexis. It didn't matter if all of the giant dragons were all dead, but they had to protect the 21 eggs. "You don't have to interfere. Master will be here soon. I'll buy some time," Black Dragon Alexis said telepathically. "Can your master suppress these 5 great gods?" Gold Dragon Alfred asked in disbelief. When Gold Dragon Alfred saw the five great gods, his sensitive senses told him that the five great gods' strength had reached the pinnacle of the gods. The five great gods had ruled the great world of God for tens of thousands of years. During this period, all the faith and resources belonged to the five great gods. In this situation, the five great gods' strength naturally increased. Besides, the five great gods were able to rule the great world of God in the past, so their strength was extremely strong. If Gold Dragon Alfred was at his peak, he might not be able to face any of the five great gods, not to mention Alfred, who had been weak for tens of thousands of years. Within the range of the five space shrines, with the help of special shrines, the five great gods' divine bodies could almost unleash most of the gods' strength. What Gold Dragon Alfred saw was only the body of a god descending. The god's true body would be even stronger. Gold Dragon Alfred felt that the era of the giant dragons had finally passed. Now, the ruler of the great world of God was truly strong. Master can crush any god in the great world of God. Black Dragon Alexis thought of the Bug Race world's gods and said without hesitation. Gold Dragon Alfred couldn't imagine how strong Black Dragon Alexis Master was. It was impossible for him to be stronger than the five great gods. However, he could not believe the Black Dragon Alexis words. At this point, the Black Dragon Alexis had no need to lie to him. Alexis, I'm warning you for the last time. You won't have a chance when I attack. The god of war said in a deep voice. A golden battle axe appeared in his hand. A set of melee armor also appeared on his divine body. Black Dragon Alexis didn't say anything. His eyes were full of anticipation. He had long wanted to fight with the god of war again to see how his strength had increased recently. Gold Dragon Alfred and the other god-level giant dragons heard the Black Dragon Alexis words. They didn't interfere in the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis and the god of war. On the other side, the god of knowledge frowned slightly. The god of war loved to fight. At this time, he should be trying his best to kill all the giant dragons instead of fighting one-on-one. However, the god of war was the only melee god of war among the five great gods. If they wanted to kill all the giant dragons here, they still needed the god of war's cooperation. In addition, the god of knowledge also thought that it wouldn't take long for the god of war to kill Black Dragon Alexis, so he didn't say anything to dissuade him. Black Dragon Alexis took the initiative to move forward and flew towards the god of war. At the same time, he spat out a dragon's breath. The god of war swung the golden battle axe in his hand and used the blade of the axe to guide the dragon's breath away. At the same time, his body didn't slow down at all. Gold Dragon Alfred, who was watching the battle from the side, gasped. The god of war's seemingly simple action made him almost unable to believe what had just happened. A giant dragon's breath was one of the strongest attacks of a giant dragon. It was extremely powerful. With the strength displayed by Black Dragon Alexis, the power of this dragon's breath was enough to make a mid-tier god flustered for a while. But look at the god of war, who very casually dealt with the dragon's breath. The god of war and Black Dragon Alexis approached each other. He swung his golden battle axe and chopped down towards the Black Dragon Alexis' head. Black Dragon Alexis blocked with one dragon claw and used the other dragon claw to grab the god of war's descending body. The god of war tilted his body and dodged the attacking dragon claw. After the golden battle axe collided with the dragon claw, it used the rebound force to rise up and then chop down at an even faster speed. The golden battle axe's attack this time was actually 50% more powerful than the first attack. Black Dragon Alexis knew very well that this was a technique of the god of war's talent ability. Using the rebound force after the collision to combine with the power of the next attack, the power of the attack would continuously increase. It was precisely because of the god of war's talent ability that when the god of war's golden battle axe chopped down again, the Black Dragon Alexis made a very similar move to the god of war's previous move and dodged the golden battle axe. Wherever the golden battle axe swept past, space was split open, creating cracks in space. Similarly, as the dragon claw waved, cracks in space also appeared. The battle between the two sides shocked the divine dragons of the dragon race. The battle techniques used by both sides were so profound that they had long surpassed the battle techniques passed down by the dragon race. Gold Dragon Alfred also realized that the Black Dragon Alexis and the God of War actually used the same attack system. Although one side used dragon claws and the other a battle axe, the two's battle techniques were too closely related. When did Alexis become so powerful? What happened in the past few years? Black Dragon Alfred Tingle knew the Black Dragon Alexis very well and could not help but have doubts at this time. The strength displayed by the Black Dragon Alexis was no longer as simple as that of a dragon god. Even during the era of the dragons with such battle techniques in the dragon god realm, it could be ranked in the top 3 of the dragon god strength. Just as the divine dragons were shocked, the Black Dragon Alexis's block was a beat too slow, and the golden battle axe swept past its side. In the ear-piercing sound of friction, the Black Dragon Alexis hurriedly retreated. The God of War seemed to be very satisfied with the battle and did not pursue. The God of War lightly waved the golden battle axe in its hand and said in a deep voice, "Alexis, your strength has increased rapidly recently. You can fight with me for such a long time. It's a pity that I have an opponent like you. Next, I will kill you." The Black Dragon Alexis's divine body was not seriously injured, but dozens of dragon scales had been cut open and golden dragon blood flowed out. It did not lose its will to fight because of the injuries on its body. Instead, an indestructible life force was used in its body, and its injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as the second round of battle between the God of War and the Black Dragon Alexis was about to begin, a spatial fluctuation appeared beside the Black Dragon Alexis. David used the Black Dragon Alexis's position as a coordinate and opened a spatial tunnel to rush over. David's figure emerged from the spatial tunnel. He was wearing a divine knight armor, wielding a divine knight war sword, and behind his back was a pair of energy wings and 6 divine reaper chains. He saw the injuries on the Black Dragon Alexis and then looked at the God of War not far away. "Alexis," I said, "await from me. Why did you risk your life so quickly?" David said in a deep voice. He then looked at the God of War and said, "God of War, why did you break the holy text agreement?" "Holy text agreement?" Alexis dared to protect the dragon eggs of the giant dragons, which means he took the initiative to become our enemy. He has already broken the holy text agreement. It is normal for us to kill him. Not only Alexis, but since the demigod Arthur is here, let's kill him together. The God of War said with a murderous look in his eyes. The God of War had already guessed that if they wanted to kill the Black Dragon Alexis, then the demigod Arthur would most likely come. The Black Dragon Alexis took the initiative to interfere with the affairs of the 5 gods, which was a one-sided violation of the Holy Text Agreement. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the giant dragon race happened to be very weak. Even if the demigod Arthur brought the 2 bug race gods over, the 5 gods would be able to kill them all with their god's descent. "Alexis, this is your master?" The Black Dragon Nettinger asked in disbelief through his mind. This time, the disbelief was not because of David's strength, but because of how weak David was. Even if David's entire body was covered in divine weapons, and he was almost fully armed with divine weapons, his strength was definitely at the peak of the demigods. However, when facing a god, all of this was not enough. The Black Dragon Alexis said that his master could crush any god, but the Black Dragon Nettinger did not see it at all. Of course, the Black Dragon Nettinger saw the pure black dragon blood and the black dragon body in David's body. As long as one did not look at David's human form and only looked at David's inner body, this was a true demigod black dragon. "Yes, this is my master. You will soon know how powerful my master is." The Black Dragon Alexis replied, through his mind, "God of War, I do not wish for the great world of God to be in chaos. So I hope you and the 4 gods will consider whether to fight with me." David said in a low voice, "Come out." After speaking, David summoned all of his clones from the small world of his soul space. The Titan Golden Emperor clone, the Blade Mantis Emperor clone, the Half-Body Spider Emperor clone, the Golden Winged Beetle Emperor clone, the extreme electric scorpion emperor clone, the ice silkworm emperor clone, the skyfire fantasy butterfly emperor clone, the death worm emperor clone, and the battle body clone appeared in front of David. The 5 divine level clones stood around David, forming a sturdy protective circle. In addition to the black dragon Alexis, a total of 15 gods stood on the battlefield, immediately making the atmosphere of the war quiet down. Gold Dragon Alfred finally understood what the black dragon Alexis meant by crushing any gods. With such strength, they could indeed ignore any gods. In particular, Gold Dragon Alfred sensed the strength of these 14 new god ranks. Although the auras of 10 of them were relatively weak, it could be seen that these 10 god ranks had a very solid foundation. The energy overflowing from their bodies was enough to explain everything. The most terrifying was the battle body clone. That perfect battle form made Gold Dragon Alfred feel that it was a product that violated the rules. No world would allow such a perfect battle form to appear. This godly body, which had almost no weakness, should not appear in this world at all. Moreover, the battle body clone's aura was clearly at the peak of the god level. This was already the most powerful existence among the gods. Looking at David, who was surrounded in the center, it was indeed the bloodline of the Black Dragon clan. Moreover, it was the purest Black Dragon bloodline. Gold Dragon Alfred did not care what David's external form was. As long as he had the pure bloodline of the Black Dragon, he was a giant dragon and a member of the Giant Dragon clan. He thought of a possibility in his heart, but it needed to be resolved first. Chapter 1309. Compared to the giant dragons, the 5 gods looked at David and the 15 god-level clones around David in disbelief. The god of war recognized some of the god-level clones, such as the Titan Golden Emperor clone and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone. They were the god-level Zerg clones that had fought alongside Black Dragon Alexis. For example, the 5 great divine spirits also recognized the doppelganger of the Spider Emperor. From its aura, they were certain that it was one of the 6 god-level insectoids that had invaded the great world of gods that day. The other one was the Battle Avatar. The Battle Avatar had left a deep impression on the 5 gods because it was the Battle Avatar of the Queen Mother. Now that it had appeared here, how could the 5 gods not be surprised? The 5 god-rank clones protecting David made the 5 divine spirits feel even more confused. This was because the 5 clones' auras were exactly the same as David's. The only difference was the difference in their levels. Demigod Arthur, have you joined the Zergs? The god of war asked in a low voice. The god of war had his reasons for asking this question because there were 9 god-level Zerg clones here, which was more than the number of god-level Zerg clones that had appeared during the Great World War between the Zerg world and the Great World of God. The god of war had a feeling that the insectoid world was about to invade again. God of war, why would you think that? David asked with a smile. David had exposed his strength, so he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. The 15 god-level Zergs that had mastered the talent ability of the god of war were enough to make the 5 gods wary. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the battle avatar of the Queen Mother, right? The god of war pointed at the battle avatar when he saw that demigod Arthur was still trying to quibble. God of war, would you believe me if I said you were mistaken? David asked with a smile. David waved his hand, and the battle form avatar came before David. It lowered its body carefully and tried to put its head close to David. David gently patted the head of the avatar as if it was his pet. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Everyone there was god spirits and god grades. Naturally, they could feel the terrifying energy contained in the battle body avatar, not to mention the beauty of the battle body avatar's rules. The battle body avatar was the perfect combat form. Such an existence was definitely at the top of the gods. Even in the era of the dragons and the era of the gods, there were powerful over-gods who could command a group of gods and gods. However, what was happening in front of his eyes? Such a battle constitution clone had lowered its noble head to demigod Arthur. The god of war was 100% sure that it was definitely not the Mother Queen's battle body avatar. No matter how similar they looked and how similar their auras were. Something must have happened to make the Mother Queen lose her battle body avatar. The god of war had interacted with the Mother Queen before, so he knew how prideful the Mother Queen was. Even if the Mother Queen had fallen, she would not do such a thing. After the battle body avatar straightened its godly body and returned to its original position, the Titan Golden Emperor avatar came before David. It lowered its huge, godly body and put its head in front of David. The action of the 300-meter Titan Golden Emperor avatar was even more shocking than the 200-meter battle body avatar. The 300-meter tall Titan Golden Armored Emperor's clone made a humble gesture to a human who was only 2 meters tall and presented its gigantic head to the tiny human. If this scene happened somewhere else, it might have been a funny scene to watch. However, on the battlefield, even the 5 gods held their breaths and stared blankly at the scene before them. Then, the Blade Mantis Emperor avatar followed by the Titan Golden Emperor avatar. It lowered its body and put its head in front of David so that David could pat it. All the insectoid, god-rank creatures did the same. The 5 godly spirits understood that demigod Arthur was telling them that the insectoid, god-rank creatures under demigod Arthur were completely under demigod Arthur's control. The god-level dragons of the dragon race were completely dumbfounded. They felt as though they had lost touch with the world. Since when did these powerful god-level gods become the subordinates of a demigod human? What happened to this world after they left? Demigod Arthur, I didn't expect your growth to be so fast. The god of war smiled bitterly and said in a deep voice. The 5 shrines had collected detailed information about demigod Arthur. They had collected information about demigod Arthur's situation in the great world of God and his time in the Interstellar Federation before he came to the great world of God. Demigod Arthur's rise was so fast that the 5 gods were thinking of dealing with demigod Arthur after dealing with the malevolent gods. Who would have thought that before the 5 gods could deal with demigod Arthur would grow to such a level that the 5 gods were no match for him? Unlike the dragon race, the 5 gods, especially the god of war, knew that demigod Arthur had inherited the talent ability of the god of war. The black dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Emperor avatar, and the Blade Mantis Emperor avatar all had the talent ability of the god of war. In other words, there was a high possibility that the 15 god-level gods all had the talent ability of the god of war. The god of war was helpless. His talent ability of the god of war was so terrifying that it could kill in close combat. With the talent ability of the god of war, he had almost defeated the entire great world of God. If the god of war had known that demigod Arthur was growing so fast, he would have regretted not dealing with demigod Arthur earlier. Demigod Arthur, who could have been easily killed, was now able to suppress them. David glanced at the black dragon Alexis and said to the god of war, God of war, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the 5 gods. I only hope that you can leave today. After today, I won't interfere anymore. This was definitely because of the black dragon Alexis. Otherwise, David could have just taken the black dragon Alexis away and wouldn't have had to care about the dragon race. The god of war and the other 4 gods exchanged glances and had a short conversation through their divine thoughts. The god of war said in a low voice, Demigod Arthur, we will leave today. I hope that you will abide by your words. After today, you won't interfere with the matters of the dragon race. After the god of war finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The other 4 gods didn't hesitate and canceled their godly descent. The 5 space shrines retreated and flew into the distance. David looked at the 5 space shrines. He really didn't have any intention of clashing with the 5 gods. The 5 gods usually appeared in the form of godly descent. So what if he killed the 5 godly descent? The most terrifying thing about the gods was that they were immortal. As long as the small world wasn't discovered, they could continuously send out godly descent. Look at the evil gods now. Even after tens of thousands of years of hibernation, the means they set up in the great world of God were still useful. David had used his god-level doppelganger to severely injure the 5 shrines. That was only to destroy the foundations of the 5 gods. It didn't affect the true strength of the five gods. In David's small world in the soul space, there were 4,000 century-old ascetics that he obtained from the space war shrines during the battle with the shrines of war. He didn't know how many century-old ascetics there were in the war shrines, but there were century-old ascetics in the 3 space war shrines. He only captured one of the space war shrines. In other words, the war shrines had at least 12,000 century-old ascetics, and that was only the number of century-old ascetics in the last 200 years. According to this calculation, in tens of thousands of years, the number of century-old ascetics in the small worlds of the five gods would be unimaginable. It should be noted that the power of faith produced by each century-old ascetic was equivalent to the power of faith produced by 100 ordinary believers. If the evil gods could last for tens of thousands of years, David believed that the five gods could rely on the power of faith produced in their small worlds to last 10 times longer than the evil gods. David didn't have that much time to waste on dealing with the five gods. He also didn't have the intention to control the great world of God. He wasn't interested in the power of faith produced by the great world of God. If he wanted the power of faith produced by the bug tribe world was enough for him to squander. Besides, David wasn't interested in power. Once he had the power to surpass everything, any power had to be an exception to him. As long as the five gods didn't provoke David, David couldn't be bothered to deal with them. On the other hand, in the small world of the god of war, the five gods in the illusion were discussing demigod Arthur. Demigod Arthur has such a powerful force. How should we deal with him? The god of earth asked in a low voice. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the god of earth felt a real threat, and he wasn't used to it. Demigod Arthur's power is only at the demigod level. As long as we set up a trap and let him enter alone, we can kill him. The god of wealth suggested. This was a tempting suggestion. Demigod Arthur controlled 15 gods with the power of a demigod, and his biggest weakness was demigod Arthur himself. As long as there was a chance to get close to demigod Arthur, they could kill demigod Arthur, and this force would collapse. The god of knowledge reminded them, "Don't you find it strange? Out of the 15 god-level demigod Arthur, we only discovered that the black dragon Alexis was normally active in the great world of gods. As for the other 2 god-level Zerg, they appeared because of the arranged battle with the god of war. After that, they never appeared in the great world of gods again. Demigod Arthur didn't develop his force in the great world of God. The god of war said with certainty, just by looking at the 9 bug tribe gods, one could guess where demigod Arthur had developed his force. Moreover, the 5 shrines god aura detection system was always activated. If demigod Arthur's gods were in the great world of God, how could they not know? The god of war could imagine that demigod Arthur had an unimaginable force in the bug tribe world. The god of war thought maliciously when he thought about the battle constitution clones. Perhaps the entire Zerg world had a new master. We don't have to provoke demigod Arthur. Have you thought about the consequences of setting up a trap to kill demigod Arthur? If we fail, with demigod Arthur's character, all our shrines in the great world of God will be attacked, and even our faith will be wiped out. The god of knowledge nodded. From demigod Arthur's behavior, the god of knowledge could see that demigod Arthur had no ambition for the great world of God. Otherwise, with the strength of 15 gods, he wouldn't have been so patient. Among the 15 gods, even the newly promoted ones had stable strength and were fully equipped. It was obvious that they had been promoted for a period of time and had stabilized their strength. Then are we not going to do anything? The god of earth asked unwillingly. Of course. We have to let our shrines deal with all matters related to demigod Arthur carefully. Don't provoke demigod Arthur in this regard. The god of knowledge said in a deep voice. The god of war reminded, "Everyone, I can tell you with certainty that all 15 gods have the talent ability of the god of war. I can't imagine what kind of combat power that battle constitution can display after it has the talent ability of the god of war. I'm afraid that even my close combat ability can't withstand the battle constitution's attack." The god of war didn't want the other gods to misjudge demigod Arthur's power. He had fought with the battle avatar before. At that time, the battle avatar didn't have the talent ability of the god of war. Even so, the god of war didn't have much of an advantage in the battle. He wanted to tell the other gods that they had no chance of defeating demigod Arthur. If they really fought to the death with demigod Arthur, the battle would engulf the entire great world of God. Demigod Arthur would destroy everything related to the five gods in the great world of God and destroy the source of their faith. After that, it would be a long war that might last for 100,000 years or even longer. As the five gods grew weaker and weaker, even if they eventually defeated demigod Arthur and won, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and they would no longer be able to fight for the control of the great worlds of gods. I'll give the earth shrines a divine order. They are not to disturb demigod Arthur's forces in the great world of God. The god of earth said in a deep voice. As long as the stakes were clear, the five gods would be able to analyze the consequences. Naturally, before demigod Arthur showed any obvious hostility, the five gods wouldn't provoke demigod Arthur. The five gods felt that this wasn't real. The impact on them was too great. Chapter 13:10. The Five Shrines' godly aura detection system sent out alarms like crazy. This time, the alarms were stronger than any other time. The five archbishops' faces turned pale. Apart from the five godly spirits who had descended through the five space temples, there were as many as 23 other godly spirits gathered in the astral region of chaos. The five shrines thought it was the return of the second batch of giant dragons, but the news from the space shrines told them that it was demigod Arthur and 15 other godly auras. The large-scale war they expected did not happen. The five space shrines retreated. Then, the five space shrines sent out a message. The message was long, but it only meant one thing. The shrines were not allowed to harass demigod Arthur and his forces. The five archbishops felt bitter. They wouldn't dare to offend a demigod like Arthur, no matter how bold they were. However, the five shrines were still worried that some shrines would do something wrong, so they sent out the message as soon as possible. In the galaxy of chaos, above a broken planet, David waved his hand and put all of his godly clones into his soul dimension. Alexis, don't stay in the great world of God. I'm leaving, David said to Black Dragon Alexis. Sir, sorry for the trouble. I'll leave with you, Black Dragon Alexis quickly said. Black Dragon Alexis was very touched. David had exposed all of his power for him, and that was how he managed to intimidate the five space shrines in the great world of God. All this time, David had been hiding his power. Only by hiding in the dark could he avoid being noticed by the strong. Even if David wanted to expose his power, he would not have done it so quickly. The new godly clones had only trained for a little more than a year in the magic circle on Homeworld. Although training for a year in that environment, and with the help of the path of shepherding, was equivalent to a normal godly clone's training for a few decades, it was still too short time. And at most 4 to 5 years, this batch of newly promoted deities would be able to reach the strength of a mid-tier deity. At that time, they would truly have the strength to fight a powerful deity. Currently, David was relying on a dozen god-level combatants to suppress the five gods. Only the Titan Golden Emperor Doppelganger, the Blade Mantis Emperor Doppelganger, the Spider Emperor Doppelganger, and the Battle-Form Doppelganger were capable of fighting against the five gods. Perhaps if the five clones worked together, they would be able to fight against one of the five divine spirits. Great demigod Arthur, please give me a few minutes. I would like to talk to you. Gold Dragon Alfred stopped David when he saw that he was about to leave. David stopped preparing to use his innate ability, Void Piercing, and turned to look at Gold Dragon Alfred with a questioning look in his eyes. He did not want to come into contact with the giant dragons, and they did not intend to accept the master-servant contract. He only helped them a little for the sake of Black Dragon Alexis. The giant dragons did not have a good reputation in the great world of God. Back then, they were the public enemy of all the deities. However, Gold Dragon Alfred's tone was respectful, so David decided to listen to what Gold Dragon Alfred had to say. I'm Gold Dragon Alfred, this is Black Dragon Nettinger, and this is Green Dragon Austin. We are the last dragon gods of the giant dragons. Of course, now we have Alexis. His strength has reached the dragon god rank. In the era of the giant dragons, he would have had the opportunity to own a giant dragon palace. I see that although you are a human, you have the body of a black dragon and the bloodline of the black dragon in your body. I wonder if you are willing to join the giant dragons and become the quasi-dragon emperor of the giant dragons. As long as you advance to the deity rank, you will automatically advance to become a dragon emperor. Gold Dragon Alfred said when he saw that David had stopped. Alfred this. Green Dragon Austin heard Gold Dragon Alfred's words and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Gold Dragon Alfred. My lord, the Dragon Emperor is the leader of the giant dragons and has control over the giant dragons. It is the same for the quasi-dragon emperor. Gold Dragon Alfred wants to become your subordinate in this way, and it will not affect their beliefs. Black Dragon Alexis explained the situation regarding the Dragon Emperor to David through the soul connection. David nodded. He also understood what Gold Dragon Alfred meant. Making Gold Dragon Alfred sign a master-servant contract with another deity giant dragon to save his life was something that these deity giant dragons would not do. Originally, the matter of whether or not to join David had ended just like that. However, Gold Dragon Alfred changed his mind when David appeared with a dozen deity giant dragons. If David did not have the bloodline of the black dragon and the body of a black dragon, Gold Dragon Alfred would not consider joining him. However, since David was a black dragon, joining David was an internal matter of the giant dragons. There was nothing unacceptable about it. There were not many deity giant dragons left in the giant dragon race. Without David's supply of resources, those 21 dragon eggs would take a long time to hatch and grow even if they hatched. Moreover, the dragon eggs needed even more resources from hatching to growing until they had enough strength to protect themselves. Additionally, these newborn dragon eggs also needed the protection of a powerful force. David was the best choice with such a powerful force. Even if it was not for Gold Dragon Alfred himself, Gold Dragon Alfred wanted David to become a member of the giant dragon race for the sake of the 21 dragon eggs. The best way for David to accept being a member of the giant dragon race was to make David the ruler of the giant dragon race by using 3 dragon deities and 5 deity giant dragons as a bargaining chip. The current strength of the giant dragon race was limited to this. If not, Gold Dragon Alfred was afraid that David would not take a fancy to the giant dragon race at all. Alexis, as Dragon Emperor, can I completely control all the giant dragons? David asked Black Dragon Alexis through spiritual contact. I don't know whether the giant dragon race took away the Dragon Emperor's book when they left. If they did, as long as you become the owner of the Dragon Emperor's book, you would be able to control the lives and souls of the other giant dragons who left their marks on the Dragon Emperor's book. Black Dragon Alexis told Zhang Tai everything that he knew. Do you want me to accept the identity of Dragon Emperor? David continued to ask. That's right, my lord. Not only will your strength increase greatly when you become the Dragon Emperor, but you'll also have the combat power of 8 god-tier giant dragons. You'll also be able to control the combat power of 21 dragon eggs. As long as you don't die, the Dragon Emperor will be yours for life. Alexis replied without hesitation. Where's the former Dragon Emperor? David asked out of curiosity. Lord Dragon Emperor's lifespan had reached its limit. Although he used many means, he could only prolong his lifespan by 10,000 years. In order to prolong Lord Dragon Emperor's lifespan, giant dragons increased their demand for resources. Finally, the other deities couldn't stand it anymore and started to revolt. The end of the era of the colossal dragons was largely due to the fall of the Dragon Emperor, causing the colossal dragons to lose their leader. That was why the colossal dragons were defeated by the gods. Black Dragon Alexis explained in a deep voice. Not until then did David remember that deities were different from deities. Even giant dragons with long lifespan had a limit to their lifespan. Of course, although deities were said to be eternal, actually it was very rare for deities to survive until now. After losing their belief, deities would be sealed in small worlds and wait for their final extermination. David had only cultivated for about 10 years. In front of any deity, his age was nothing. It was normal that he couldn't consider lifespan, not to mention the existence of undying vitality. It was not difficult for deities to live forever. Gold Dragon Alfred, do you still have the Book of Dragon Emperor? David asked Gold Dragon Alfred. Gold Dragon Alfred was not surprised that David knew about the Book of Dragon Emperor. The master-servant contract forbade Black Dragon Alexis from harming David's interests. Therefore, it was impossible for Black Dragon Alexis to help them deceive David when he knew that to become Dragon Emperor, he had to have the Book of Dragon Emperor. The Book of Dragon Emperor is still here, but you have to go to Dragon Nest to retrieve it. Gold Dragon Alfred had already thought it through. After retrieving the Book of Dragon Emperor, I will become Dragon Emperor. All the giant dragons who have left their mark on the Book of Dragon Emperor will be under my protection. David said in a muffled voice, Great demigod Arthur, it will take at least 5 days to get to Dragon Nest. You have to negotiate with the 5 deities. Gold Dragon Alfred said with embarrassment. Although the planet was in ruins, Gold Dragon Alfred could still determine the location of Dragon Nest based on the location of the planet. With the giant dragon's flying speed, it would take them about 5 days to arrive. No need to go through so much trouble, David said with a smile. He looked at the planet below and sensed the existence of the giant dragon palace. There was a statue in the giant dragon palace. Although there was no godly thought in it, he did not plan to let it go. David grabbed the planet below and activated his underground sneak talent ability. The Earth and the giant dragon palace were automatically separated. He wrapped the giant dragon palace with his spirit and put it into the small world in his soul space. Gold Dragon Alfred saw David put away the giant dragon palace and did not object. The space of god-tier giant dragons could not contain the giant dragon palace at all. Instead of leaving it here, it would be better for David to put it away. Shrink your bodies. Gold Dragon Alfred, give me the location of Dragon Nest, and I will send you there. David turned to the god-tier giant dragons and said. Black Dragon Alexis jumped lightly, turned into a kitten, and sat on David's shoulder. He did not care what the giant dragons thought. David was about to become the Dragon Emperor, and that was the most honorable status of the giant dragons. In addition, Black Dragon Alexis showed his absolute loyalty in this way. Gold Dragon Alfred, Black Dragon Nettinger, Green Dragon Austin, and the 5 god-tier giant dragons did not all learn the ability to shrink their bodies, but it was not difficult for them to shrink their divine bodies to a size of a few meters. At this time, Gold Dragon Alfred also sent the location of Dragon Nest. David looked at the coordinates and compared it with the alchemy map. He found that the planet was now called Terra, an ordinary agricultural planet. David waved his hand and activated the Void Break talent ability, opening a space passage. You guys enter the space passage first, David said to the god-tier giant dragons. Gold Dragon Alfred led the god-tier giant dragons into the space passage. They were all god-tier giant dragons and had a strong sense of spatial location. After passing through the space passage, the 8 god-tier giant dragons could not help but look at each other. They all thought that demigod Arthur was relying on the strength of his 15 god-tier subordinates, and that he was nothing. But not to mention other things, just this ultra-long-range spatial movement ability alone was not something that ordinary god-tier giant dragons with spatial abilities could compare with. Demigod Arthur was only a demigod, but his long-range spatial movement ability had already surpassed the spatial movement ability of a space god-tier giant dragon. Once demigod, Arthur became a god-tier giant dragon. He would be able to go anywhere in the great world of God instantly. As the god-tier giant dragon sighed, David led them on their way quickly. It only took them a few minutes to reach Dragon Den, which was where Planet Tel was located. Planet Tel was right in front of them. Gold Dragon Alfred and the other god-tier giant dragons stared blankly at this planet, even though the Planet Tel in front of them did not resemble the Dragon Den in their memories at all. No one could imagine being trapped in the dark big world for tens of thousands of years, hovering on the edge of life and death. The god-tier giant dragons could only rely on their longing to get through the dark days, and Dragon Den was the one they missed the most. Even Black Dragon Alexis felt like he was on a pilgrimage when he arrived there. Although the geography of Planet Tel had changed drastically, Gold Dragon Alfred and the other god-tier giant dragons still flew in one direction without hesitation. David followed behind. Gold Dragon Alfred stopped. There was an empty space in front of them. There were no tall mountains or ancient ruins. Could it be that what you're looking for has been demolished? David asked as he scanned the surrounding 1,000 kilometers with his mind. He was 100% sure that there were no special buildings on the ground or underground. Great demigod Arthur, after the fall of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor Palace was sealed. Other than the giant dragons, no other life form knows the location of the Dragon Emperor Palace. Gold Dragon Alfred replied as he probed. The location of the god-tier giant dragons was also known by the Divine Spirit Aura Detection System. However, the 5 great divine spirits had promised not to cause trouble for the god-tier giant dragons today, so they did not do anything. The 5 great divine spirits did not know that the Dragon Emperor Palace, which had disappeared during the era of the great dragons, was on this inconspicuous planet. They thought that the god-tier giant dragons were still looking for a place to hide. Gold Dragon Alfred shrunk to about 4 meters. Golden light flashed on his dragon claws, constantly drawing strange patterns in the void. Chapter 13:11. The golden patterns sent out by Gold Dragon Alfred's dragon claws danced in the void as if they were looking for something. As time passed, Dragon Den had also undergone tremendous changes. Although Gold Dragon Alfred had found the specific location, it would still take some time for him to pinpoint it accurately. One of the golden patterns seemed to have come into contact with something and stopped moving in the void. The rest of the golden patterns flew over and landed beside that fixed golden pattern. The great demigod Arthur has found the Dragon Emperor Palace, Gold Dragon Alfred said in a trembling voice. The Black Dragon Nettinger and the Green Dragon Austin had excitement in their eyes. The 3 dragon gods no longer controlled their body size and returned to their original form from 4 meters. The Dragon Emperor Palace, the dragon race, can finally open again. The new Dragon Emperor will lead us to become stronger again. Green Dragon Austin murmured. David was a little confused. Even if the Dragon Emperor had fallen during the era of the dragons, the Dragon Emperor Palace had been here, and it was not impossible to find it. Why did the 3 dragon gods look as if it had never been opened since then? Sir, the Dragon Emperor Palace can only be opened after all the dragon gods of the dragon race agree. During the era of the dragons, none of the dragon gods could gain the trust of all the dragon gods, so no new Dragon Emperor was elected. The Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder explained softly. Dragons were prideful. Unless they had the power to suppress everything, no dragon would submit to another dragon. Not to mention the dragon gods, who were already powerful among the dragons. It was even more difficult to choose the strongest dragon god to become the Dragon Emperor. Until the end of the era of the dragons, when only 4 dragon gods were left, the 4 dragon gods also lost the ability to open the Dragon Emperor Palace. In that situation, even if the Dragon Emperor Palace was opened, it would be meaningless. Netting, Austin, let's open the Dragon Emperor Palace together, Gold Dragon Alfred said to the 2 dragon emperors beside him. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The Black Dragon Nettinger's voice was extremely excited. Green Austin nodded heavily. The opening of the Dragon Emperor Palace required all the dragon emperors to open it together. Currently, there were only 3 dragon gods left in the dragon race. Even the Black Dragon Alexis, who had not been conferred the title of Dragon Emperor by the previous Dragon Emperor, was not a real dragon god. With the Book of Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor Palace naturally knew the number of dragon gods left. Gold Dragon Alfred, Black Dragon Nettinger, and Green Austin all mobilized the dragon god energy in their bodies and drew 3 huge patterns at the same time. A terrifying aura rose in the sky above this area of Terra Star. Fortunately, The three dragon gods had no intention of hurting anyone. This kind of god-level aura that leaked out unconsciously only made the people who felt it prostrate on the ground and unable to move. The three gigantic patterns were completed in 5 minutes. The three patterns were extremely complex, and even the three dragon gods had to expend a lot of effort to draw them. The three huge patterns flew into the void and landed in the position they had just found. There was no change in the void, no special energy fluctuation, and no space door. Great demigod Arthur, I'll open the way for you. Gold Dragon Alfred did not let David go first. He also knew that in this unknown situation, David would not take the risk before David's absolute trust. Gold Dragon Alfred flew into the void, and his huge dragon body disappeared into the void. David was surprised. He had never seen a space door without any energy fluctuation, even in this era. He did not hesitate and followed Gold Dragon Alfred into the void. David was not worried about Gold Dragon Alfred's disloyalty. On the one hand, Black Dragon Alexis knew about the Dragon Emperor Palace. On the other hand, he could summon all his doppelgangers to protect himself at any time. After entering the void, everything in front of him changed. This should be a space fragment. This space fragment was not big. David's spirit could easily scan the entire space fragment. However, the biggest difference of this space fragment was its stability. He did not know what method the giant dragons used to connect this space to the outside world. Not only could they obtain an independent space, but they could also share the stable rules of the main world. With David's understanding of space, he had never heard of such a method. This piqued his interest. It was also because of this method that the Dragon Emperor Palace was hidden in the void for tens of thousands of years. Although this space fragment had not been opened for a long time, it still looked like it had been carefully taken care of. David's spirit scanned through, including the magnificent building in the center of the space fragment. There were no living creatures in the entire space fragment. Great demigod Arthur, this is the Dragon Emperor space. That is the Dragon Emperor Palace of the Giant Dragons. Gold Dragon Alfred introduced in a deep voice. The Dragon Emperor Palace was built with the body of a giant dragon. Naturally, it was extremely huge. David stood in front of the door of the Dragon Emperor Palace and felt insignificant. At this moment, the three dragon gods shrunk their bodies to the size of 4 meters and accompanied David. They knew very well that even if they opened the Dragon Emperor Palace, they could not guarantee the safety of the giant dragons by themselves. Letting any one of them become the Dragon Emperor would not help their strength at all. It would only accelerate the extinction of the giant dragons. Only by handing over the Dragon Emperor to the humanoid black dragon demigod Arthur could demigod Arthur protect the giant dragons and make the giant dragons great again. What are these 2 trees? David asked as he looked at the 2 500-meter-tall trees in front of the door. Just now, he sensed the energy waves from the 2 trees, which attracted his attention. The Dragon Emperor Palace was the residence of the former Dragon Emperor. We only come here for important matters, so we are not familiar with this place. However, these 2 trees existed when the former Dragon Emperor was here. We don't know what species they are. Gold Dragon Alfred replied, I'm the left tree. I'm the right tree. Just as Gold Dragon Alfred finished speaking, the 2 trees spoke. They transformed from trees to trance and slightly lowered their bodies to answer David. Oh, trance. David nodded and said with a smile. Gold Dragon Alfred and the other god-level giant dragons were also extremely surprised. They did not know that there were still living beings in the Dragon Emperor Palace, let alone 2 god-level trance. However, Golden Dragon Alfred didn't understand why Zwishu and Right Tree didn't speak when they entered the Dragon Emperor Palace in the past. Why did Zwishu and Right Tree only speak to demigod Arthur this time when so many god-level dragons entered? Left Tree and Right Tree were the managers of the Dragon Emperor space. Their task was not to fight. For the powerful giant dragons, fighting was their business. Everything in the Dragon Emperor space was managed by the 2 Treants. The former Dragon Emperor had bound the 2 Treants to the Dragon Emperor Palace. Due to the long lifespan of the treants and their god-level strength, the two god-level treants only had a small part of their lifespan left when the former Dragon Emperor's lifespan came to an end. It explained why Dragon Emperor space was so well organized. There were two immortal tree men in charge of the daily management of Dragon Emperor space. Only treants could endure such an isolated life. They could take root in the earth without saying a word for thousands of years. However, today was a special case. The two god-level treants sensed the intimacy from David. They sensed that David's vitality was of a higher level than theirs. In the eyes of the two god-level treants, David was a sacred and great existence. When David asked, the two god-level treants took the initiative to answer. Of course, as they had not spoken for a long time, they answered slowly. "Great existence, at your service at any time." Left tree and right tree said at the same time. Left tree and right tree did not judge David's status based on his strength. Instead, they analyzed it according to their own feelings. In left tree's and right tree's perception, David was an existence that surpassed everything. The reason why Zwashu and Yushu felt this way was because David had fused with the world tree. The world tree's aura made Zwashu and Yushu treat David like the Dragon Emperor of the past. They were even more respectful than the Dragon Emperor of the past. According to the rules of the Dragon Tribe, we're here to elect the great demigod Arthur as the future Dragon Emperor. When demigod Arthur promotes to the god level, he will automatically become the new Dragon Emperor. We need to enter the Dragon Emperor Palace. Golden Dragon Alfred said to left tree and right tree after checking the time. He didn't have time to waste here. Left tree and right tree had obvious emotional fluctuations, and they became extremely excited. It turned out that the divine existence in front of them was going to take over the position of Dragon Emperor. Was there anything that could make them happier than this? Great existence will open the palace door for you. Left tree and right tree said at the same time. Then, the two treants turned around and pushed the palace door. The huge palace door separated into two sides. The two treants stood on both sides of the palace door and respectfully opened the palace door. David walked into the Dragon Emperor Palace with a smile, followed by the three Dragon Emperors. The five god-level dragons were the last to enter. The first thing that David saw was a floating platform in the palace. Except for this floating platform, the entire palace was pure white. There were complicated lines and reliefs on the ground. According to David's judgment, this should be a magic circle that he couldn't understand. There were exquisite carvings on the walls, which recorded many stories of the era of the giant dragons. At the top of the palace, there were dragons drawn around a white light ball. The light emitted by the white light ball illuminated the entire palace. Great demigod Arthur, go to the Dragon Emperor throne to find the Book of Dragon Emperor and then recognize the Book of Dragon Emperor as its owner. Only the Dragon Emperor is qualified to go to the Dragon Emperor throne. We'll wait for you here. Golden Dragon Alfred said to David. Black Dragon Alexis also flew down from David's shoulder. He also knew this taboo. David nodded. His body flew up and flew towards the floating platform. The platform was huge and made of an unknown material. There were all kinds of gems and divinity crystals on it. David even saw 5 world crystals among them. The energy contained within the 5 realm crystals was extremely eye-catching amongst the pile of gemstones and divine power crystals. Anyone who paid close attention would be able to notice it. David stepped on the platform made of gems and divinity crystals. This should be the resting place of the Dragon Emperor. He began to look for the Book of Dragon Emperor. His spirit was searching among the gems and divinity crystals. David's spirit could easily scan the Dragon Emperor throne. He didn't find anything the first time. He didn't believe that Golden Dragon Alfred would lie to him. Even if Golden Dragon Alfred did, Black Dragon Alexis wouldn't lie to him. David increased his spirit again and carefully searched inch by inch. In the middle of the Dragon Emperor throne, he found something different. Below the gems and divinity crystals, there were engravings that were slightly different from the other engravings. Most importantly, There was an extremely high-quality spatial stone inlaid in the middle of the engravings. David's spirit scanned the engravings. Due to the death of the previous owner, his spirit followed the engravings on the engravings and entered a storage space. This was a space of 1,000 square meters. For the WRMS, such a large space was definitely extremely small, but it was enough to store important items. After seeing the items in the space, David finally understood the secrets of the giant dragons. In the space, there was a huge table among the random piles of items according to their importance. On the table, there was a book about the same size as the table. At the sight of this book, David sensed the uniqueness of this book. He was sure that this was the Dragon Emperor's book that he was looking for. Of course, the items beside the Dragon Emperor's book were not ordinary either. There were books, various immortal weapons, and god-level materials. It could be said that each of these items could make deities jealous. The books were precious classics about deities and god-level materials collected by the giant dragons. Needless to say, there were also immortal weapons. The number of deities that died in the hands of the giant dragons was extremely terrifying. Some of the god-level materials were spoils of war, while some were offered by the giant dragons. David realized that the reason why these items were placed in the space was not that the former Dragon Emperor attached great importance to them, but that they all had the same characteristic. They weren't shiny. Compared to the layer of gems and divinity crystals above the Dragon Emperor throne, although the items here were more valuable, they wouldn't be liked by the former Dragon Emperor. Take these immortal weapons as an example. Immortal weapons had various special effects. However, giant dragons didn't use any immortal weapons at all. The concept of giant dragons was that their bodies were the most powerful immortal weapons. Instead of learning how to use immortal weapons, they would rather use the time to strengthen their own bodies. David didn't put away these treasures. From now on, this place belonged to him. It didn't matter whether he put it away or not. Chapter 13:12. David enveloped the Dragon Emperor's book that was several times bigger than him with his spirit and took it out from the storage space of the Dragon Emperor throne. He didn't know what material the Dragon Emperor's book was made of. After taking it out, it just hovered in front of him. He felt that the Dragon Emperor's book was weightless. David's spirit entered the Dragon Emperor's book. A sense of withdrawal made his spirit sink into the Dragon Emperor's book. He was slightly startled. When he looked up, he found that he was already in a space where a dark, golden, huge dragon was standing. Behind the huge, dark, golden dragon, there was a light spot. I'm the guardian of the Dragon Emperor's book. If you defeat me, you could get the Dragon Emperor's book to recognize you as its master. If you don't have the strength, leave the Dragon Emperor's book. Once the trial starts, it can't be stopped. Your soul might be injured. The huge, dark, golden dragon said in a deep voice. David had guessed that it wouldn't be that easy to become the Dragon Emperor. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a trial. He could sense that the huge, dark, golden dragon in front of him was at least a high-level god. David's best choice was to withdraw immediately and try again after becoming a god. However, he didn't choose to do so, because this wasn't the real world, but the spiritual world. David didn't know how the Dragon Emperor did it. He created a spiritual world in the Dragon Emperor's book. He entered the Dragon Emperor's book with his spirit. The huge dark golden dragon in front of him was also a huge dragon formed by the spirit of a high-level god. Against a dragon with such strength, even if a dragon reached the high-tier god rank, it might not be able to defeat a high-tier god rank spiritual dragon, because huge dragons had tough dragon bodies. To reach the same level of strength as their dragon bodies, it required talent, luck, and long-term spiritual cultivation. David didn't think that the golden dragon Alfred and the other dragon gods wanted to harm him. As long as they didn't try it by force, there wouldn't be any danger to their lives. Since the Dragon Emperor's book recognized a master, there wouldn't be any danger to one's life. The huge dark golden dragon guarding the Dragon Emperor's book even gave a warning in advance. Each elected Dragon Emperor might be the most powerful, huge dragon among the huge dragons. They definitely had the strength to fight the huge, dark, golden dragon guarding the Dragon Emperor's book. Perhaps even the previous Dragon Emperor would never have thought that there would be a day when all the dragon gods of the giant dragons would elect a demigod as the next Dragon Emperor. "I want to start the trial," David said in a deep voice. This was the spiritual trial space inside the book of Dragon Emperor. He couldn't even bring in an immortal item. Therefore, he had no chance to win the battle between his 2 m-high body and the huge, dark golden dragon, which was hundreds of m-high. But it was also because this was a spiritual trial space that David agreed to the challenge. A strange look appeared on David's face. To be honest, his strongest point had never been his external battle prowess, but his spirit. His spirit relied on a small world that had almost turned into a real soul space. This allowed him to display unimaginable abilities in the spiritual space. For example, when the huge, dark golden dragon pounced at him with the might of a high-level god, he stretched out his hand and a world shadow appeared in front of him. The huge, dark golden dragon that was pouncing forward felt its body being pressed down by a huge mountain. It shouldn't be called a huge mountain. For a high-level god, the huge, dark golden dragon could even get rid of a planet. This was a world pressing down on the huge, dark golden dragon. It wasn't just the mass of the world. It also contained the rules of the world. These formed a crushing power in the spiritual world. The huge, dark golden dragon was suppressed without any resistance. It tried to struggle a few times before giving up. A complete world was pressing down on it. No matter how powerful the spirit was, it couldn't resist it. "I've failed. You can leave your spiritual imprint in the ownership inscription on my back and become the master of the Dragon Emperor's book," the huge dark golden dragon said in a deep voice. David waved his hand, causing the world shadow to disappear. Of course, he summoned the world shadow of the small world in his soul space. After the world shadow disappeared, the huge dark golden dragon recovered its ability to move. After standing up, it didn't move or speak anymore. David walked to the light spot behind the huge dark golden dragon. It was the light of a bizarre inscription. He injected his spirit into the inscription. A wisp of his spirit was locked by the inscription. Closely after that, he sensed the connection between him and the Dragon Emperor's book outside the space. With a thought, David's spirit returned to his body. The Dragon Emperor's book in front of him also turned into a book for him to read. Its size automatically shrank to suit the reading habits of humans. David didn't need to open the Dragon Emperor's book. He could sense the content of the Dragon Emperor's book. The Dragon Emperor's book recorded all the cultivation methods of huge dragons. There were gold dragon, green dragon, black dragon, red dragon, silver dragon, and so on. Each kind of huge dragon had its own inheritance. The Dragon Emperor's book was a backup of the inheritance of all kinds of huge dragons. If the inheritance of a huge dragon was lost, it could be re-inherited through the Dragon Emperor's book. Besides, the most important thing was the list of huge dragons. Each huge dragon had to leave their spiritual imprint on the Dragon Emperor's book. Once a huge dragon died, the Dragon Emperor's book would know about it. Meanwhile, it was convenient for the Dragon Emperor to control each huge dragon. David saw the names of the gold dragon Alfred, the black dragon Nedinger, and the green dragon Austin. He also saw the green dragon Grimaya, the black dragon Nicholas, the red dragon Augustus, the gold dragon Eustace, and the silver dragon Letitia. In addition, black dragon Alexis's name was also on the Dragon Emperor's book. David couldn't help but think that if he didn't become the Dragon Emperor and let a huge dragon become the Dragon Emperor, Black Dragon Alexis might be controlled by the Dragon Emperor's book. As the current owner of the Dragon Emperor's book, as long as he wanted, he could dictate the life and death of any huge dragon recorded in the Dragon Emperor's book. He could even make them suffer a fate worse than death. All these were within David's control. It could be seen how powerful the Dragon Emperor was. Gold Dragon Alfred looked at the Dragon Emperor throne. He knew that the demigod Arthur couldn't succeed because the Dragon Emperor's book had very high requirements. It didn't mean that he only needed the agreement of the dragon gods. He also needed to have enough strength. However, Gold Dragon Alfred didn't want to deceive the demigod Arthur. He just wanted the huge dragons to be protected by the demigod Arthur. If he handed the Dragon Emperor's book to the demigod Arthur, it was equal to handing over the lifeline of the huge dragons. Although the demigod Arthur couldn't make the Dragon Emperor's book recognize its owner, as long as the Dragon Emperor's book was in the hands of the demigod Arthur, the demigod Arthur would succeed one day. Therefore, no matter what, as long as the demigod Arthur got the Dragon Emperor's book, he would be the real Dragon Emperor. Just as Gold Dragon Alfred was thinking, he suddenly saw a beam of light shoot into the sky from the Dragon Emperor throne, and all the runes in the Dragon Emperor palace lit up. Then, in the hearts of Gold Dragon Alfred and every god-level giant dragon, a dragon's roar that made their souls tremble rang out. This was a message sent to each giant dragon after the Dragon Emperor book successfully recognized its owner. From then on, the new Dragon Emperor was born. Great Dragon Emperor! Gold Dragon Alfred shouted loudly. He prostrated himself on the ground, showing his allegiance to the Dragon Emperor throne. Black Dragon Nettinger and Green Dragon Austin didn't hesitate either. The recognition of the Dragon Emperor's book meant that the demigod Arthur had become the Dragon Emperor. The demigod Arthur controlled their life and death. The 5 god-level huge dragons also prostrated themselves on the ground to welcome the Dragon Emperor. Black Dragon Alexis looked at the Dragon Emperor throne, his heart filled with emotion. He had never thought that there would be a day when David would become the Dragon Emperor and control the giant dragon clan. Black Dragon Alexis still remembered how that weak human threatened him in the place where he was trapped. In order to get out of the trap and take revenge, he accepted the threat and became the servant of that weak human. After that, he witnessed the rapid growth of that weak human. Many times, he doubted whether he and David were in the same world. In just 10 years, David had grown so much. The 3 dragon gods were even more shocked. How did Arthur, who was only in the demigod realm, pass the trial and become the owner of the Dragon Emperor's book? But it didn't matter. From now on, the demigod Arthur was the Dragon Emperor. All the huge dragons would be under the leadership of the demigod Arthur. The Dragon Emperor's book was very magical. When David wanted to put it away, it automatically entered his body and formed a defense around his heart. Dragon Emperor book might be the most peculiar defensive item. He didn't feel any repulsion from Dragon Emperor book at all. Additionally, each time his blood left his heart, it would be nourished by Dragon Emperor book, making his blood purer. The blood purification process wasn't fast, but if the Dragon Emperor's book continued, it would only make David's strength grow faster and stronger. The black dragon's body transmitted energy through the blood flowing through the body. The blood purification process was the energy purification process. Of course, this effect was just icing on the cake for David. He used spiritual items for cultivation, which were extremely pure energy. David flew out of the Dragon Emperor throne, and the first thing he saw was the prostrating deities of the colossal dragons. David waved his hand and said, "Get up. Since I become the Dragon Emperor, follow me. I'll take you to the Zerg world." Hearing that, the god-tier dragons got up. Although they knew about the meeting of the 3 great worlds, they still felt a little uncomfortable about leaving their hometown, the great world of God. After many hardships, they finally returned to the great world of God. But since it was the Dragon Emperor's order, none of the god-tier dragons objected. "Lord Dragon Emperor, how's the situation in the Zerg world? Is there a place for us dragons to live?" Gold Dragon Alfred asked respectfully. "I have the absolute right to speak in the Zerg world. I occupy more than half of the great world. The survival of the dragons is not a problem." David answered with a smile. Gold Dragon Alfred's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this. It could be imagined that this Lord Dragon Emperor had occupied a great world. Although he didn't have complete control, he controlled more than half of the great world. This was almost the same as the dragons in the past. The Golden Dragon Alfred thought about themselves. A group of giant dragons had also reached another large world and suffered heavy losses. Some dragon gods and god-tier giant dragons had fallen, while the rest of the giant dragons who had yet to reach god-tier had all fallen. If you want to go to the Zerg world, enter the space of the artifact space card. David activated the artifact space card and said, all the deities of the giant dragon clan entered the divine artifact space card without hesitation. David was now the Dragon Emperor and controlled their life and death. Naturally, he would not harm them. David flew out of the Dragon Emperor palace and left the Dragon Emperor space. After recognizing the Dragon Emperor book as its master, the Dragon Emperor space was no longer a secret to him. He contacted the Dragon Emperor book and sent out a wave. The entire Dragon Emperor space was affected by the wave and slowly appeared in the main world. David scanned it with his spirit. The Dragon Emperor space that had just appeared was stored in the small world of his soul space. Ordinary space items couldn't be stored in a space fragment like the Dragon Emperor space. With such a large space, only the small world of his soul space could do it. David activated the Void-Piercing Talent ability. After leaving Terra Planet, he opened a wormhole to the Zerg world safe zone. He had become the Dragon Emperor and controlled the life and death of every giant dragon. These giant dragons had become the ones he could trust. Therefore, David directly returned to the home planet and settled the giant dragons there to strengthen the defense of the home planet. Of course, David had a phobia of being persecuted. There were dozens of god-tier existences on the home planet. Even if there were no god-tier existences, no one in the Zerg world would dare to approach the home planet. Even the Queen Mother and the 5 god-tier insectoids didn't have the guts. Their power was falling behind every day, and as time went by, their power would fall further and further behind. Perhaps when David's power was so strong that the Queen Mother and the 5 god-tier insectoids couldn't resist at all, the Queen Mother and the 5 god-tier insectoids would take the initiative to pledge their loyalty to David. Since Abel had left the home planet and taken all the inheritance patterns with him, the first thing he did after returning to the home planet was to release all the god-tier avatars and put the 8 inheritance patterns back into the giant formation. The 14 deity-level clones entered the enormous formation and continued to train. Only then did David release the giant dragons from the divine artifact space card. Chapter 13:13. The God of War was in the small world. He sensed the information from the detection system, the disappearance of the great dragon race, and the strange phenomenon from Planet Tel made him guess. But the God of War didn't understand why the great dragon race would leave with demigod Arthur. This meant that the great dragon race was prepared to rely on demigod Arthur. But not every great dragon was like Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was saved by demigod Arthur and became his servant. With the pride of the great dragon race, how could they rely on demigod Arthur? The God of War shook his head. Since demigod Arthur took the great dragon race away, he and the 4 deities couldn't do anything to the great dragon race. The combat power displayed by demigod Arthur made the God of War and the 4 deities give up the idea of becoming enemies with demigod Arthur. Since demigod Arthur wanted to protect the great dragon race, they couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, the great dragon race left the great world of God and couldn't affect the great world of God anymore. The trouble caused by the twilight of the gods didn't have any substantial effect. The God of War decided to start eliminating the believers of the evil god. Many shrines only paid attention to the information of the believers to obtain more information. Now, there was no need for that. The God of War contacted the 4 deities. After reaching a consensus, the great world of God started eliminating the believers of the evil god vigorously. The 5 shrines released a large number of missions and handed them to the Supreme Council to issue. After David took out a large number of fays and fruits, hundreds of level 5 knights were born in just a few years. These knights became the main force in eliminating the believers of the evil god. David didn't ask about what happened in the great world of God. He settled the great dragon race in the empty space beside the huge magic circle. Gold Dragon Alfred came out of the artifact space card. His sensitive senses told him that this wasn't the great world of God. This should be the Zerg world that demigod Arthur mentioned. He thought that he was very knowledgeable during the era of the great dragon and wasn't surprised by anything. But after sensing the planet, he was still shocked. The sky couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but with spiritual senses he could see that there was a divine rune shield formed by divine power that covered the entire sky. How much god power would it take to accomplish such a feat? But when Gold Dragon Alfred sensed the huge magic circle beside him, he couldn't sense of the divine rune shield in the sky. Divine power was so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. This godly power was also godly power that could be absorbed. It was as if many god spirits were erasing their imprints of godly power and putting it into the giant magic array for other god spirits to absorb. How selfless did this have to be? At the same time, where could he find so many believers to provide the power of faith here and convert it into divine power? David pointed at the area and said to Gold Dragon Alfred, "Gold Dragon Alfred, this area will be yours to live in from now on. Calculate the resources that each great dragon needs." In fact, David could randomly point out a planet for the great dragon race. But he had just taken control of the great dragon race and needed to observe it by his side. Only then could he make the appropriate decision based on the god-tier great dragon's performance. Gold Dragon Alfred quickly said, "Lord Dragon Emperor, we don't need any resources. Please use the resources on the descendants of the great dragon race." Compared to the dark great world, this was a holy land for cultivation. The huge magic circle constantly emitted gas that could be used for survival to the home planet. At the same time, it also discharged the converted energy to the home planet. Although this amount of energy was extremely meager for god-tier great dragons. But considering that Gold Dragon Alfred and the others had been in the dark great world before, there was only one way to absorb energy, and that was to kill the Night Devil and use the Night Devil's heart to survive. Killing the Night Devil was very dangerous. Every time they fought with the Night Devil, they would need to consume a certain amount of energy and would also be injured. It could be said that the god-tier great dragons used their own injuries in exchange for energy. The energy in the Night Devil's heart was used to maintain the activity of the dragon eggs, support the defensive magic circle in the cave, and maintain the survival of all the god-tier great dragons. It was really not enough. On the home planet, the energy here could be absorbed freely, with the physique of a god-tier great dragon. As long as they slept, they could automatically absorb energy and recover their original strength. Gold Dragon Alfred valued the 21 dragon eggs the most. Even though these dragon eggs were maintained by magic circles, they had not hatched after tens of thousands of years. He was very worried about the survival rate of these dragon eggs. The faster they hatched, the higher the survival rate of the dragon eggs. "You're talking about the 21 dragon eggs, right?" David said as he looked at Black Dragon Alexis. Black Dragon Alexis took out the 21 dragon eggs and carefully used his mind to place them in front of David. David's mind scanned the 21 dragon eggs and could not help but frown. The situation of the 21 dragon eggs was not good. Although they were still alive, the vitality in the dragon eggs was obviously weak. Not to mention whether they could be hatched. Even the dragon that was hatched would be born with an extremely weak foundation. David waved his hand, and 21 small balls of undying vitality flew out and landed on the 21 dragon eggs. The undying vitality seeped into the dragon eggs, and the vitality of the dragon eggs quickly recovered to the vitality of a great dragon. No matter what, great dragons were the most tyrannical life forms in the world, and the dragon eggs that they bred had the most vitality. Gold Dragon Alfred looked at David's operation with a flash of gratitude in his eyes. He naturally knew about undying vitality. This kind of precious healing holy item was extremely rare, even during the era of the great dragons. Almost all the gods who had the ability to produce a little bit of undying vitality would not sell it, because the amount of undying vitality produced was not even enough for the gods themselves. So how could they sell it? The great dragons, who were the archenemies of the gods, could obtain even less undying vitality. David, the new Dragon Emperor, did not hesitate to take out so much undying vitality to heal the 21 dragon eggs. It was not in vain for him to take the initiative to seek refuge with him. Alexis put these 21 dragon eggs in the destruction shrines in the underground base. David ordered Black Dragon Alexis. There were 2 destruction shrines in the underground base. The recently seized death shrines had an incubation room with a hatching rune circle. Although the dragon eggs were a little big, the incubation room was big enough to fit the 21 dragon eggs. After the dragon eggs hatched, the baby dragons would automatically be moved out of the destruction shrines. Anyway, the matter of taking care of the baby dragons was managed by the god-tier dragons, and David only needed to provide resources. Although Gold Dragon Alfred felt a little strange about using shrines to hatch dragon eggs, he had to admit that the methods of the gods were much stronger than the current great dragons, and the hatching speed was also faster. He no longer worried about the success rate of hatching the dragon eggs. With the effect of undying vitality, the success rate was absolutely 100%. David threw a space ring to Gold Dragon Alfred and said to the god-tier dragons, "If you follow me, I will naturally provide you with the corresponding training resources. How about this? Here are 8 bottles of undying vitality to heal your injuries. Also, here are some spiritual items that could be considered your training resources." Gold Dragon Alfred can distribute them. Gold Dragon Alfred took the space ring and saw 8 alchemy bottles. These alchemy bottles were, of course, very small compared to the body of a great dragon, but if they were used to store undying vitality, then they were a little big. Just the value of the undying vitality in one of these alchemy bottles was incalculable. After all, Gold Dragon Alfred, Black Dragon Tingle, and Green Dragon Austin were already in the late stages of their lifespan. Add to that the fact that they had consumed a large amount of their life force in the dark world. They could only live for 30 to 40,000 years at most. Perhaps to ordinary life forms, 30 to 40,000 years was a long time, but to the long-lived great dragons, 30 to 40,000 years was very short. A bottle of undying vitality could not only heal the injuries caused by the god-tier dragons in the dark world, but could also recover the vitality they had consumed. In addition to the 8 bottles of undying vitality, there were nearly 1,000 spiritual fruits in the space ring. Gold Dragon Alfred looked at the resources in the space ring in disbelief and asked, "Lord Dragon Emperor, how many years of training resources are here?" Although he knew that Black Dragon Alexis enjoyed a lot of training resources with David, there was only one god-tier dragon, the Black Dragon Alexis, at that time. With Gold Dragon Alfred's thinking, David could not give every god-tier dragon as many training resources as Black Dragon Alexis. However, the training resources in the space ring shocked Gold Dragon Alfred. He wanted to know how many training resources were in the space ring so that it would be easier to distribute them in the future. David replied with a smile, "This is a month's worth of training resources. In the future, I will increase the supply of resources according to the performance of each dragon." Under David's protection, the Spirit Clan's population had increased greatly, and the production of spiritual items was even more shocking. David's space pendant stored a large number of spiritual fruits, but he could not put them in the great world of God, as that would cause chaos in the great world of God's training system. Previously, he had only given a few hundred spiritual items, and hundreds of level 5 Holy Temple Knight were created. At that time, he had considered giving the Supreme Council the confidence to fight against the 5 shrines. Gold Dragon Alfred said solemnly, "Lord Dragon Emperor, Gold Dragon Alfred is at your service." Although David had become the Dragon Emperor and had the right to order Gold Dragon Alfred to do things, it was only now that Gold Dragon Alfred truly acknowledged David's identity as the Dragon Emperor from the bottom of his heart. Look at what David, the Dragon Emperor, had done after taking over. He had given the 21 dragon eggs the best conditions for incubation, allowed all the divine tier dragons to heal their injuries and recover their lifespan, and had abundant training resources. "Gold Dragon Alfred, I accept your loyalty," David said in a deep voice. "With this indestructible life force and training resources, give us 10 days, and we will be able to recover our combat power and fight for you at any time." Gold Dragon Alfred promised in a deep voice. The main mission of the dragon race in the future is to protect Homestar. When necessary, I will need you to fight for me. David also explained the responsibilities of the dragon race. David did not need the dragon race to do too much. Now that the dragon race was one of his forces, all he needed was the dragon race's deterrence. He had 15 divine tier combat power. Previously, he could suppress the bug race world and the great world of God. After the dragon race joined his forces, he had 23 divine tier combat power. Even if all the gods and divine tiers of the bug race world and the great world of God worked together, he would still be able to win. With this kind of strength, David's main task was to deter, not to fight. Now that the Interstellar Federation and the bug race world were both stable, only the great world of God had many gods and could cause trouble. David went to do his own thing, while Gold Dragon Alfred gathered the 2 dragon gods and the 5 divine tier dragons. Earlier, when the other divine tier dragons saw Gold Dragon Alfred swear loyalty to the Dragon Emperor, they did not understand. With Gold Dragon Alfred's pride, even if David became the Dragon Emperor, his own strength was not enough to make Gold Dragon Alfred swear loyalty. But when they saw the resources that Gold Dragon Alfred had distributed, they all understood why Gold Dragon Alfred was loyal to them. Such a Dragon Emperor had never appeared in the history of the WIRMS. In the past, the Dragon Emperors needed the dragons to contribute to the Dragon Emperor. There had never been a Dragon Emperor who provided resources to the dragons. Green Dragon Austin took the alchemy bottle, which was especially small for her, and said reluctantly, "There is so much undying life force. I only need to drink a little. Use the rest sparingly." Black Dragon Nettinger and the 5 divine tier dragons also nodded in agreement. It was a pity to use such a life-saving treasure like this. Although the injuries on their bodies had been there for tens of thousands of years, and there were many old injuries, with the physique of a dragon and these top-notch training resources, they could recover more than half after a period of time. Don't save. Use all of the undying life force. Only by recovering to your peak state as soon as possible can you serve the Dragon Emperor at any time. Besides, your lifespan has been damaged. Replenishing it as soon as possible is the most important thing. The Dragon Emperor gave out the undying life force in order to heal your injuries. Don't let the Dragon Emperor down, Gold Dragon Alfred said in a deep voice. The other divine tier dragons could not help but nod. They were also affected by the safe environment of their home planet. They could not be protected by the Dragon Emperor. Only by recovering their strength could they protect the Dragon Emperor. In the great world of God, if they were all at their peak state, the 5 gods would have to think twice before starting a war with them. Chapter 13-14. The Grim Reaper had been waiting for good news. After the dragon's summoning circle was activated, there was a huge commotion. He saw the dimensional rift through the eyes of the demigod skeleton puppet. However, he was not willing to leave the demigod skeleton puppet there and wait for the dragons to pass through the dimensional rift. The demigod skeleton puppet was an extremely precious puppet in the hands of the Grim Reaper. It was very important and could not be destroyed just to see the dragons. Therefore, the Grim Reaper did not see what happened after the dimensional rift. However, once the 5 gods and the dragons fought, it would definitely shake the entire great world of God. Such things could not be hidden at all. However, the Grim Reaper waited for a long time and did not hear anything about the divine war between the 5 gods and the dragons. It was as if the dimensional rift that day was fake. Impossible. After spending so much effort, how could it be useless? The Grim Reaper mumbled to himself. Why did the Grim Reaper still encourage all the evil gods to activate the dragon summoning circle despite knowing the terrible consequences of the dragon's return? To summon the dragons back to the great world of God. It was because the Grim Reaper and the other 10 gods were about to die. After awakening this time, if they did not obtain enough power of faith, they would fall into a deep sleep. There was a high possibility that they would fall into a deep sleep forever. Looking at the situation in the great world of God, the possibility of obtaining enough power of faith was extremely small. Only when the great world of God was in chaos would the 10 gods have a chance. Grim Reaper, in just 2 days, almost 200 of my believers have been killed. Now, many of them are wanted. The god of fire contacted the Grim Reaper and said, I have lost 300 believers in 2 days. My believers have decreased by more than 200 in 2 days. The 9 gods reported what happened to the Grim Reaper through the illusion of the small world. Their words were full of complaints. They all knew why the 5 shrines and the Supreme Council suddenly did this. This was revenge. Revenge for the twilight of the gods activating the dragon summoning circle. In the past, although the 5 shrines had been suppressing the followers of the evil god, it was not to this extent. In just 2 days, all the portals have been strengthened. Everyone who wanted to use the portals, regardless of their identity, had to be authenticated by the shrine's light magic before they could use the portals. This was something that had never happened before, and it also cut off the evil god's followers from using the portal. Apart from a very small number of higher-ups who had their own teleportation portals, most of the rest of the believers were unable to move. The noble knight cooperated with the priests of the shrines and investigated many suspected believers of the evil god. Under the effect of the divine spell of light, the believers of the evil god had nowhere to hide. The most frightening thing was that almost all of the noble knights were led by level 5 temple knights. This was also the main reason for the mass loss of the evil god's followers. In the past, even if the followers of the evil god were unable to defeat their opponents, there was still a certain possibility for them to escape. But now that they had encountered a level 5 temple knight, the chances of the followers of the evil god escaping were greatly reduced. This time, the most serious blow to the twilight of the gods was not the loss of the followers of the evil god, but the removal of the strongholds that they had operated for many years. In particular, some commercial planets and planets that the shrines did not control were the key targets of this attack. For thousands of years, the strongholds that the followers of the evil god had worked hard to establish were all wiped out in this operation. This was true. It could be said that in the future, if the twilight of the gods wanted to recruit new followers of the evil god, it would be countless times more difficult. In particular, the headquarters of the twilight of the gods was destroyed by David. The level 5 bishops of the twilight of the gods were all independent, and this operation also caused many forces of the twilight of the gods to lose contact with each other. The god of fear said to the god of death in a low voice, God of death, this is the consequence of your proposal to activate the dragon summoning array. I didn't see the chaos after the dragon summoning array was activated. Instead, I lost a lot of followers. The god of death replied faintly, God of fear, it was indeed I who proposed to activate the dragon summoning array, but you also agreed. In the face of such a situation, what you should do is not to blame me, but to face it together. Face it together? In order to activate the dragon summoning array quickly, you attacked me and made me lose a statue. Is this what you mean by facing it together? The god of blood said bitterly at this time. The god of blood was very resentful of the god of death. This time, because the god of death destroyed the god of blood's body, he did not have time to recover the power of faith and the statues in the shrines, which caused a huge loss. The god of death looked at the god of blood coldly and said, God of blood, who doesn't know your thoughts? You want to stall for time to get more benefits. I just want to stop all the gods from wasting resources. The god of blood looked at all the gods in the illusion and said in a low voice, God of death, when you attacked me, I wanted to withdraw from the twilight of the gods. Anyway, now the headquarters of the twilight of the gods has been destroyed, and I have nothing to miss. Goodbye, gods. After the god of blood finished speaking, he directly cut off the illusion of the small world and disappeared from the illusion of the other small worlds of the gods. All the gods were shocked. The god of blood had withdrawn from the twilight of the gods. This was the first time that a god had explicitly proposed to withdraw from the twilight of the gods. The mother goddess of the forest had just lost contact, but she did not say that in front of all the gods. The god of blood's words were very impactful to all the gods. After the god of blood's departure, there were only 9 gods left in the twilight of the gods. The most important thing was that there was a loss of trust in the twilight of the gods. Even if there was not much trust in the past, the relationship between the gods had never been so tense. Now, every god was facing the biggest trouble. A large number of believers were killed, and hidden bases and forces were uprooted. All these made the gods feel that the end of the world was near. The god of death was also annoyed. He was in the same situation. Just as he was communicating with the gods, he also felt that the connection between him and his believers was broken. The god of fire said in a disappointed tone, "Everyone, the god of fire, will also withdraw from the twilight of the gods. This may be the last time I will meet you, because I may fall into a deep sleep forever until my small world self-destructs and my soul falls into the endless space turbulence." The god of fire realized that it would be very difficult for him to make a comeback. His believers had been reduced to below the warning line. Perhaps he could still rely on the believers in the small worlds to survive for a few more years, but in the end, he would still slowly decline as the believers in the small worlds kept decreasing. The god of fire was the most powerful god in the twilight of the gods. His withdrawal made even more gods lose hope in the twilight of the gods. The future that the god of fire described was the most likely future for all the gods here. Sadness rose in the hearts of the gods. The figure of the god of fire disappeared from the illusions of the various small worlds. After the god of fire left, the god of storm said, "I will also go to sleep. I have no more believers." The last shrines of the god of storm were taken away by David. The last hope was the statue of the twilight of the gods. The other gods of the twilight of the gods helped the god of storm gain more believers. Because these believers had only been believers for a short time, they were still shallow believers. However, the twilight of the gods was also taken away by David, which cut off the last source of the god of storm's belief in the world. Originally, if the twilight of the gods was not a problem, the other gods would have agreed to rebuild the statue of the god of storm for a certain price. However, in the current situation, the gods could not even take care of themselves, let alone the god of storm. The god of storm's disappearance was very simple, but it was a great shock to the other gods, because the other gods might still sleep for a long time after leaving, and the god of storm had recently used too much of his divine power to activate the giant dragon summoning circle. The god of storm was hoping that the great world of God would be in chaos so that he could gain more believers to help him get through this difficult period. He did not expect the final result to be like this. The god of storm had no more believers in the world, and the small worlds did not have enough faith. He would be the first god to fall. At this time, I will not waste any more energy. I will also withdraw from the twilight of the gods. God of death, I will wait to meet you in the space turbulence. The god of demonic charms said with a strange voice and revealed a strange smile at the Grim Reaper. After that, the figure of the god of evil charm also disappeared in the illusion of the small worlds, but his smile made the god of death feel a chill in his heart. The god of death understood that it was his instigation to activate the giant dragon summoning circle that had failed, and all the other gods hated him to the core. Many of the gods here were evil beings to begin with, and since they couldn't deal with the god of death hiding in the small world, they kept cursing the god of death. At this point, the twilight of the gods no longer had a basis to exist. Although the remaining gods did not say anything about quitting, they quietly shut down the illusion. The god of death looked at the empty illusion and thought of the curse of the god of evil charm. He thought of the eyes of all the other gods looking at him. He thought of the doomsday predicted by the god of fire, and he was very unwilling. I will not fall silently like this. Even if I have to give up everything, I will let the world remember the existence of the god of death. The god of death stood up from the skeleton throne and roared. On the home planet of the bug world, David released the Dragon Emperor space. The home planet could be said to be the safest place. Although the facilities in the Dragon Emperor Palace were built for giant dragons, he still liked the majesty of the Dragon Emperor Palace. As long as he renovated the Dragon Emperor Palace, it would be the best place to live. David entered the Dragon Emperor space. He had a strange feeling that the rules here were the same as the rules of the bug world. When he was in the great world of God, he did not notice this feature of the Dragon Emperor space. He only felt that the rules of the Dragon Emperor space were very stable. David summoned his battle physique avatar and had it enter the Dragon Emperor space with the Emperor-class inheritance rune. As expected, his battle body avatar could still absorb the power of faith of the bug race through the Imperial inheritance pattern. The Dragon Emperor space shared the same rules as the main world. David also realized that he could easily send energy out of the Dragon Emperor space. It was probably designed to make it easier to attack enemies. He was delighted. He had been worried that the giant circle would be exposed on the home planet. Sometimes, David would take away all the god ranks, leaving only the giant circle without the Imperial inheritance pattern. At that time, the defense of the home planet would be at its weakest. In addition, if there were guests in the future, David did not want them to see the giant circle powered by the Imperial inheritance pattern. If the giant circle was moved to the Dragon Emperor space, everything would be solved. Ever since David had recognized the Dragon Emperor book as its master, David was the only one who could open the Dragon Emperor space. When the Dragon Emperor space was hidden, even David's mind could not sense it. One could imagine how well it was hidden. David could do whatever he wanted. It was not difficult to move the giant circle. After all, he was the one who had set it up. He just made some new settings. The giant circle in the Dragon Emperor space would provide a divine rune defense shield to the home planet and discharge gas for survival. The ones using the giant circle were all David's god rank clones. They could freely enter and exit the Dragon Emperor space. David spent 2 days to get it done. The giant circle could no longer be seen on the surface of the home planet. The cube's super AI system reorganized the large area. He also used the Interstellar Federation's engineering robots to build a set of comfortable furniture for him on the Dragon Emperor throne in the Dragon Emperor Palace. As for the gems and divinity crystals on the Dragon Emperor throne, David put them away. Even the books and divine items in the storage dimension were put away. In the days that followed, David focused on his training. In his spare time, he read books that recorded god spirits and god-tier inheritances. There were also some ancient secrets among them. If it were not for the fact that he would receive intelligence reports from the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation every once in a while, he would have forgotten about everything in the outside world. The situation in the great world of gods was stabilizing, and the 5 shrines were basically cleaning it up. They sent out a large number of priests who could cast divine light spells to cooperate with the level 5 Holy Knights of the Supreme Council to investigate and clean up every planet. In the beginning, the 5 shrines investigated all suspicious targets. Now, every time they arrived at a planet, they would use divine spells to identify everyone on the planet. This task was extremely complicated and vast. However, the 5 shrines seemed to have made up their minds to completely eradicate the believers of the evil gods. They used all their power to push this task forward. Chapter 13:15. In a bottomless canyon, there were magnificent shrines. The statue of the god of death was worshipped here. Today, the level 3 priest of Chatham was cleaning the shrines as usual. The god of death shrines was only guarded by the level 3 priest of Chatham. It was just a transfer point of faith for the followers of the god of death. The faith of the followers of the god of death would be gathered here and stored in the shrines by the statue of the god of death. Only when a certain amount of faith was stored would the small world of the god of death open a channel of faith and bring the faith into the small world. The main reason was that every time a channel of faith was opened, it would consume faith. To save faith, the god of death would do this. This was also the choice of most of the evil gods. The prayers of the followers were also handled by the deific consciousness of the statue. Only special prayers would be passed to the god of death. In fact, under normal circumstances, dust would rarely settle in a place like the Elephant Temple. Also, the level 3 priest of Chatham didn't want to waste faith to activate the deific circle. Although the level 3 priest of Chatham was in the shrines, he still knew the situation of the outside world very well. Through the contact circle, he would receive news from the outside world every day. He was very worried about the current situation. The entire great world of God was attacking the followers of the evil gods. Those who were hidden in the world were the first to be attacked. According to the level 3 priest of Chatham, the number of followers of the god of death had decreased by more than half recently. The followers he knew for many years had all died recently. He sighed. After the cleaning was done, he returned to the temple and knelt in front of the statue of the god of death. He began to pray. Just as the level 3 priest of Chatham was concentrating on his prayers, the statue of the god of death flashed, and all the faith in the shrines gathered towards the statue. The level 3 priest of Chatham was awakened by the strange wave of faith. He opened his eyes and saw the statue of the god of death emitting a golden light. The light was getting stronger and stronger. Great Lord, thank you for everything you have given to your loyal servant, Chatham. The level 3 priest of Chatham prayed louder. When this sort of grim reaper statue appeared, it was usually a sign of divine grace. In the entire shrines of the god of death, Chatham's third-level priest was the only believer. Of course, Chatham's third-level priest thought that the god of death had blessed him with divine grace. The level 3 priest of Chatham waited quietly for the divine grace. The light on the statue of the god of death was so bright that he could not look directly at it, but there was no divine grace. While Chatham's level 3 priest was puzzled, the light on the statue suddenly went out, and the whole shrines fell into darkness. The third-level priest of Chatham did not understand what was going on. How could the shrines of death be so dark? It must be known that although it was to conserve the power of faith, in order to maintain the solemnity of the shrines and their reverence for the god of death, the shrines all used divine runes for illumination. After a while, the level 3 Chatham priest, who had regained his senses, let out a howl that did not sound like a human's. It was the sound of helplessness that came from losing everything. The level 3 priest of Chatham realized that he could no longer communicate with the statue. The statue had turned into a dead object, and all the power of faith in the shrines had been sucked away. The reason the Grim Reaper's temple fell into darkness was because the Grim Reaper didn't leave behind a single trace of faith power when he extracted it. The ancient shrines of death relied on the power of faith to survive in this dangerous place. After losing the power of faith, the shrines of Chatham's level 3 priest quickly deteriorated. The level 3 priest of Chatham knew that the god of death had given up on the shrines. The god of death did not die because he could still sense the god of death, but he could not use even a little bit of the power of faith, so he had lost the ability to use the god of death's divine spell. The level 3 priest of Chatham sat on the ground, paralyzed. The god of death had abandoned him, a believer. This kind of thing almost made him collapse. This kind of thing did not only happen to the level 3 priest of Chatham, but also to the few remaining shrines of the god of death in the great world of God. In the small world, the god of death's eyes had no trace of emotion. He had taken all the power of faith in the shrines back to the small world to fight for his life. Although this could allow the god of death to use a large amount of power of faith in a short period of time, it also meant that he had no way to spread his faith in the future. The god of death had a judgment in his heart. This time, the 5 gods wanted to wipe out all the evil believers. The shrines that were left behind would only slowly consume the power of faith. It was likely that they would not be able to make ends meet. The god of death had injected the power of faith into the small world's moving sacred runes. His small world would have a very long journey, which was why he needed so much power of faith. The mother goddess of the forest had recently received news that her believers were decreasing. In fact, she no longer needed believers. Now that her small world was filled with a large amount of power of faith, it was enough for her to last a very long time. More importantly, the mother goddess of the forest did not need to be too stingy with the power of faith. As long as she needed, she could obtain a large amount of power of faith through the channel of faith. But the mother goddess of the forest could not watch her believers be wiped out. She had no choice but to contact David through the soul link with the main god. David received the request of the mother goddess of the forest and did not reject it. He directly responded, "Mother goddess of the forest, I'll take care of this." The mother goddess of the forest had surrendered to him and became his subordinate god. He had the need to help the mother goddess of the forest, and he had the ability to do so. David had already changed the insectoid world's safety point to the homeworld. The homeworld was safe enough, and he no longer needed to be careful. The insectoid world was basically his base camp. David activated the wormhole to the great world of God's safety point and returned to the Gammy planet. After arriving at the Gammy planet, he took out this sacred rune contact card and used it to contact the god of war. When the god of war received David's contact request, he was still a little uneasy. This feeling was too foreign to the god of war. He had not felt this way for tens of thousands of years. David rarely took the initiative to contact the god of war. The god of war had tried to contact David, but was unable to do so because David was not in the great world of God. "Demigod Arthur, what's the matter?" the god of war asked with a smile. If the believers of the god of war saw his smile, they would definitely not believe that it was the same god of war that they worshipped. The smile was filled with respect. Although the god of war was the ruler of the great world of God, he also came from the chaotic era of the gods. He understood the principle that power determined everything. Demigod Arthur was powerful enough and did not fight for the control of the great world of God. Of course, he could not be on bad terms with such an existence. God of war, there are two things that I need to inform you to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. First, the giant dragon race has submitted to me. I brought the giant dragon race away from the great world of God. However, I hope that the giant dragon palace that the giant dragon race left behind in the great world of God will be returned to me. David said and paused. Of course, I'll mention this to the other four gods. If I discover any giant dragon race buildings, I'll inform you. The god of war relaxed a little and agreed with a smile. The giant dragon race buildings, such as the giant dragon palace, were made of precious materials, but the giant dragon palace could not be dismantled for materials. Since demigod Arthur mentioned it, it was not a big deal to return such buildings to demigod Arthur. There was another important layer of meaning. Demigod Arthur had subdued the giant dragon race, which meant that demigod Arthur had 23 god-level subordinates. It was not worth offending the powerful demigod Arthur for some external objects. Thank you, god of war. The second thing I want to tell you is that the mother goddess of the forest is my god. I can promise that she will not publicly preach in the great world of the gods. So I hope that the mother goddess of the forest will not be involved in the cleansing of the evil god believers. David smiled and said the second thing. The god of war was stunned. To be honest, this was something that he did not expect at all. However, the god of war immediately thought of the past. Before the evil gods took action, the Supreme Council had received information about the evil gods preparing to activate the giant dragon summoning magic circle. Back then, the god of war was curious as to where the Supreme Council received the information. Now that he thought about it, the mother goddess had already submitted to demigod Arthur. As for letting the believers of the mother goddess go, there was no problem at all. The god of war also knew what kind of deity the mother forest was. It was publicly known that the mother forest didn't have any battle strength in the age of Pantheon. If it wasn't for the mother forest joining the twilight of the gods, the god of war wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to her. Letting go of such a harmless deity and the fact that demigod Arthur had promised the mother goddess that he would not publicly preach was enough. I can also agree to this. After discussing with the other four deities, I will quickly approve of the mother goddess. She will become a deity recognized by the 5 shrines. The god of war said with a smile, "I owe you a favor." David responded to the god of war's goodwill. After the forest mother goddess told David about what had happened, she began to plant and create divine items. Because there are a lot of demigod materials, and the divine items David needed were not for the use of gods, but for the use of humans. There were a lot of divine items that could be created. Just as she was resting, she had a strange feeling. At first, the Mother Goddess did not understand what kind of feeling it was, but she soon understood that she was recognized by the great world of God and was no longer an evil god. The Mother Goddess could not believe this result. Her request was only to not let her believers suffer, but she did not expect that she would be recognized by the great world of God. Now, even if the Mother Goddess left the small world, she would not be hunted down by the 5 shrines, and her believers would not be harmed by the divine light spell. The Mother Goddess of the forest couldn't believe that she had been recognized. After all, this recognition was the goal of the 12 gods of the Twilight of the Gods. In order to achieve this goal, the 12 gods had put in countless efforts and paid a heavy price. Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess and 5 believers of the god of fire were trapped in a castle. Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess was a believer of the Mother Goddess. Just like the Mother Goddess, Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess planted training resources for the powerful evil god's believers in order to seek protection from them. This time, it was very unexpected. For some reason, the news of the god of fire's believers in the castle was leaked, and the shrines and the Supreme Council joined forces to surround the castle. Outside the castle, the divine light spell illuminated the entire sky. Even if there were 2 level 5 bishops in the castle, they did not have the confidence to escape. Outside of the divine light spell, there was also a group of level 5 temple knights from the Supreme Council. A group of temple knights of the 5th rank, or in other words, 6 temple knights of the 5th rank, could form the most standard knight battle formation. The fighting strength they could display wasn't something the 2 fire gods bishops of the 5th rank could resist. Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess knew very well that the believers of the god of fire would not protect her at a time like this. They could even sacrifice her if needed, but she had no choice. Although she was level 4, she could barely deal with a level 3 Earth Knight. Gwendolyn, let's split up and escape. You go east, and we'll go west. A level 5 bishop ordered Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess. Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess's eyes flashed with despair. She knew that they wanted her to attract attention so that they could escape. She did not beg for mercy because it was useless. Gwendolyn turned and walked to the door. She took a deep breath and said a final prayer to the Mother Goddess of the forest before walking out the door. Contrary to the level 4 priestess's expectations, the scene of her being harmed by a divine spell did not happen. The pure white light of the divine light spell, which she could not bear before, now felt warm on her body. It did not hurt her at all. Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess also noticed that the shrines and noble knight were looking at her strangely. The shrines looked at Gwendolyn's level 4 priestess with confusion, while the noble knight looked at her with affection. Chapter 13:16. The 5 believers of the god of fire were already prepared when Gwendolyn walked out of the castle. Once the attack began, they would use the opportunity to escape through another door. However, it was clear that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. After Gwendolyn walked out of the castle gate, she wasn't attacked at all. Even the holy spell didn't do anything to her. The 5 believers even saw 2 level 5 knights smiling as they chatted with Gwendolyn, treating her as a friend. Were these still the believers of the evil god that everyone in the great world of God wanted to kill? Even Gwendolyn herself was confused, let alone the 5 believers of the god of fire. However, Gwendolyn knew that her life was spared. At the same time, she also learned from the 2 level 5 holy knights that the believers of the Mother Goddess were protected by the demigod Arthur, which was why the level 5 holy knights treated Gwendolyn, a level 4 priestess, so kindly. Among the noble knights of the great world of God, the words of the demigod Arthur carried more weight than the words of the Supreme Council. This was because the demigod Arthur's influence was so great that more than half of the level 5 knights in the great world of God were able to ascend thanks to his help. All of the legendary knights in the great world of God were also able to ascend thanks to the demigod Arthur's help. When Gwendolyn walked out of the castle gates, the mark of the Mother Goddess on her robe let the noble knights know her identity. As for the priests of the 5 shrines, They had received a divine decree that the Mother Goddess had become a god recognized by the great world of God. All of her believers were legitimate believers. Thank the great Lord. Thank the great demigod Arthur, Gwendolyn mumbled after learning the truth. In the castle, the 5 believers of the god of fire confirmed that Gwendolyn had not been attacked by the shrines. It seemed that she would not be captured either. We must inform the great Lord of this. The level 5 bishop of the god of fire said in a deep voice. Kieran's faith in the god of fire exceeded his sense of danger. Even in such a situation, he still placed the god of fire at the top of his priority list. The first thing he thought of after discovering something was to inform the god of fire. The level 5 bishop began to pray on the spot and told the god of fire his findings. In the next few minutes, the 5 believers of the god of fire were killed by a group of level 5 knights who rushed into the castle. When the god of fire received the news, he was in disbelief. When he wanted to contact the believer who sent the news, he found that the level 5 believer had fallen. Fortunately, the soul of the 5th level believer had returned to the small world, and the god of fire consumed the power of faith to resurrect the 5th level believer. From the 5th level believer, he obtained the details of what had happened. After listening to the level 5 believer's report, the god of fire remained silent for a long time. The god of fire was 100% sure that the mother goddess of the forest had found a target to rely on, and she was relying on a powerful existence. First of all, the 5 gods could be excluded. The 5 gods would not accept the forest mother. In the entire great world of God, the one with the power second only to the 5 gods was the demigod Arthur. That day at the twilight of the gods' headquarters, it was the demigod Arthur who removed the blasphemy on the statue of the forest mother and destroyed the headquarters. The god of fire did not understand how the demigod Arthur allowed the forest mother to gain the recognition of the 5 shrines. To be able to prevent the believers of the forest mother from being affected by the divine spell of light, it could only be possible if the forest mother herself was recognized. Unable to figure it out, the god of fire took out a contact card. It was given to him by the mother goddess of the forest after he helped her. He could use the contact card to find the mother goddess of the forest. The reason the mother goddess of the forest gave him the contact card was to tell the god of fire that it was equivalent to some god-level resources. The god of fire used the contact card and received some god-level resources from the mother goddess of the forest. So the mother goddess of the forest returned the favor. However, after the forest mother joined the twilight of the gods, the contact card became useless. The god of fire channeled his godly power into the contact card, and the card turned into an illusion. The mother goddess of the forest sensed a contact request. It was a contact request from the contact card she made herself. She owed a favor, so she had no choice but to accept the call. Forest Mother, it seems like you're doing well. The god of fire couldn't help but say when he saw the new divine artifact long dress on the forest mother goddess through the illusion. The forest mother was very poor, and everyone knew that. She had been using the same set of divine artifacts for tens of thousands of years. Now, the forest mother had changed to a divine artifact of a very high level. Needless to say, she just got it recently. Yes, I'm sure the god of fire has guessed that I've found the main god. The forest mother revealed a sincere smile. The mother goddess of the forest also knew that David was extremely powerful, so she spoke with confidence and didn't mind telling the god of fire some things. Forest Mother, can you let me meet your main god, demigod Arthur? The god of fire asked in a deep voice. The forest mother hesitated. The god of fire used the contact card to contact her, so his request was equivalent to asking her to return the favor. The god of fire saw the forest mother's hesitation and immediately understood that the forest mother had sided with the demigod Arthur. After confirming this, he couldn't help but be determined to meet the demigod Arthur. That's my only request. The god of fire said again. My lord isn't in the great world of God. If I contact my lord, I'll disturb his training. The forest mother said with difficulty. Forest Mother, to be honest, I want to join the demigod Arthur and become his subordinate god. Please help me. The god of fire said with a flash of determination in his eyes. The forest mother was surprised. She didn't expect the god of fire to make such a request. The god of fire was a special one among the gods in the twilight of the gods. He was a god who controlled fire and was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for self-preservation, he wouldn't have stayed with gods like the god of death, the god of evil charm, the god of poison, the god of blood, the god of fear, and so on. The Forest Mother thought of the contact card and nodded. I can only help you ask. My lord's faction doesn't lack god-level combatants. The Forest Mother didn't know how many god-level combatants David had, but what she saw was enough to wipe out all the gods in the God's Dusk. The Forest Mother contacted David through their souls and told him that the god of fire wanted to join them. When David heard that, he knew that the god of fire was at his wit's end and was looking for protection. If the god of fire wants to become my subordinate god, ask him to give me the location of the small world. I'll go to his small world and talk to him personally. David didn't care about the god of fire's allegiance. It was good to have another god, and it wouldn't affect him much if he had one less. However, a god that came to him voluntarily could at least obtain the knowledge of the god of fire, which was easier to grasp than reading books by himself. Therefore, when David asked the god of fire to tell him the location of the small world and open it for him to enter, it was equivalent to the god of fire handing himself over before the discussion. The god of fire received a reply from the Forest Mother, and he thought for a long time. He wasn't the Forest Mother. The Forest Mother was attracted by the aura of the Yggdrasil. Moreover, the Forest Mother wasn't against joining a powerful main god. When David displayed his true strength, the Forest Mother goddess naturally became a vassal god. After thinking about it for a while, the god of fire smiled bitterly. What capital did he have to bargain with? The god of fire didn't know how powerful demigod Arthur was, but he knew how terrifying demigod Arthur was from the fact that the 5 main gods of the great world of God recognized him as the Forest Mother. This was the most important investment for the god of fire. If he failed, he would lose everything. If he succeeded, he would gain a new life. However, even if he didn't invest, he would lose everything in the great world of God and fall into an eternal slumber. The god of fire clenched his teeth and passed a bundle of information to the Forest Mother, who then passed it to demigod Arthur. David didn't expect the god of fire to be so decisive. He actually transmitted the location of the small world. He waved his hand and brought along his avatar and black dragon Alexis. During this time, the great dragons had recovered their strength with the help of the eternal life force and large amounts of Fey resources. However, he wasn't going to fight this time. His avatar and black dragon Alexis were enough to deal with any situation. The god of fire sat on his throne in the small world and thought about how to face demigod Arthur. At this moment, a signal came from outside the small world. It was the signal that he had agreed on with demigod Arthur. The god of fire couldn't help but look at the time. It had only been a few minutes, and demigod Arthur had returned from the other great world and arrived here. At this moment, the god of fire didn't hesitate any longer. He released a guiding force to demigod Arthur. Under the guidance of a guiding force, David entered a small world hidden in the void. For his own safety, the black dragon Alexis stood on his shoulder. As soon as he entered the small world, he summoned his avatar. David was able to negotiate in the small world to show the god of fire that he had the ability to suppress the god of fire in the small world. When the avatar appeared, the god of fire almost mobilized all the divine power in the small world to prepare for a big battle. This was because the avatar gave him too much pressure. It had the combat power of a pinnacle god-level creature, and with the perfect combat form, its combat power could be imagined with the naked eye. In addition, the black dragon Alexis on David's shoulder had become the symbol of demigod Arthur. According to the god of fire's judgment, the avatar alone was enough to kill him in his small world, let alone the black dragon Alexis. In order to show his respect to David, the god of fire shrunk his body to be even shorter than David. God of fire, I don't care what you did in the past. If you want to become my subordinate god, you have to leave the God's Dusk. David proposed. Great demigod Arthur, the God's Dusk has been disbanded. There will be no more God's Dusk in the future. The god of fire said bitterly. David was taken aback. He was very surprised that the god's dusk had been disbanded. If you become my subordinate god, I won't ask the great world of God for you for the time being. David continued. The god of war had agreed so readily because of the uniqueness of the mother goddess of the forest. The mother goddess of the forest didn't have combat power, so it wouldn't affect her status. But the god of fire was different. The god of war wouldn't agree so easily to the god of fire's status in the great world of God. Great demigod Arthur, look at my small world. I can't hold on for much longer. If my followers are wiped out, I can only fall into a deep sleep. The god of fire said helplessly. David was very knowledgeable about small worlds. When he entered the god of fire's small world, he felt the weakness of this small world. This small world was very normal. It wasn't full of flames, but there was a flaming mountain in the center of the small world. The rest of the small world had mountains, water, and plants. The flaming mountain replaced the sunlight and nourished the plants around it. The number of followers in the small world was only about 7 million. This number of followers couldn't even compare to the god of shadow. The power of faith in the small world was very thin. No wonder the god of fire said he couldn't hold on anymore. In fact, the main reason why the power of faith in the small world was thin was because the god of fire had supported the activation of the giant dragon summoning circle. At that time, all the gods thought that after the activation of the giant dragon summoning circle, the return of the giant dragon race would cause chaos in the great world of God. They never thought that the strength of the giant dragon race would decline so much. When the giant dragon race left, their strength was still very terrifying. Otherwise, the gods wouldn't have let the giant dragon race leave. After tens of thousands of years, the giant dragon race should be even more powerful. The great world of God only had 5 gods. When the 2 of them were in a stalemate, the gods had a chance. Chapter 13:17. The gods of the twilight of the gods, including the god of fire, had all suffered great losses because of the god of death's plan to activate the dragon summoning circle. In addition, the 5 shrines of the great world of God and the Supreme Council had joined forces to attack the believers of the evil gods, causing the gods to lose their land of survival. When the god of fire agreed to meet David in the small world, he had already decided to become David's subordinate god. This was also his only way out. If he didn't want to find a backer, he would probably end up sleeping forever. For the god of fire who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he wasn't willing to just stay silent like this. After seeing David's battle avatar, the god of fire had completely made up his mind. David was a powerful main god and was worth relying on. Perhaps David was only a demigod now, but because of this, David might be interested in the god of fire's strength. The god of fire had considered this point. After David became a god, he probably wouldn't be interested in the god of fire's strength anymore. After observing the small world, David understood the situation of the god of fire, so he nodded and said, "God of fire, prepare the contract. We can sign the divine language god contract now." The god of fire looked helpless. He actually had to prepare the divine contract himself. However, this was also a good thing. He could guarantee that there wouldn't be any special content in the divine contract. Of course, he couldn't add any content that was beyond the authority of a subordinate god. He knew that David had taken in a subordinate god before, so he didn't dare to take any risks. If David turned hostile, the god of fire wouldn't be able to withstand David's anger, even if he was in the small world. The god of fire waved his hand, and the ancient materials he had collected flew over. He was different from a mother goddess of the forest. The mother goddess of the forest wanted to become a subordinate god, so she had already prepared the divine contract. However, the god of fire had to make it on the spot. A divine contract didn't require too much trouble. In the small world, the god of fire's ability could reach the level of creation. After a while, the divine language contract of deity was successfully made. He added his own divine sense imprint and handed it to David. David didn't need to help the black dragon Alexis check it now. He had read a lot of God-level and divine books and had a deep understanding of the divine contract. After seeing that there was no problem with the divine contract, David used his spiritual imprint on the main god's position. The divine language, divine contract disappeared in a beam of light, and the aura of the will of the great world descended. "Greetings, my lord." The god of fire bowed respectfully. After the divine contract was made, the god of fire became David's subordinate god. He also changed his title. "God of fire, since you have become my subordinate god, don't let your followers perform any rituals in the great world of God anymore. I will give you the power of faith regularly for your use." David said after receiving the god of fire's bow, "Please don't worry. I have never asked my followers to perform any evil rituals." The god of fire quickly agreed. The god of fire fully supported David's request. He himself couldn't stand the evil rituals of the gods in the twilight of the gods. Besides, the god of fire had very few followers. Even the number of shrines had decreased by 2. He had really reached a dead end in this world. "By the way, I will give you the authority to open the small world." The god of fire thought of something important and said. The god of fire naturally wanted to give David the authority to open the small world. Only by giving the authority to open the small world would David be able to use the means to guide the power of faith from the outside world into the small world. Besides, giving the main god the authority to open his own small world was something a subordinate god should do. David took a ball of flame from the god of fire. This was the authority to control the small world. When his spirit touched the flame, he formed a connection with the small world. David waved his hand, and a channel of the power of faith was opened from the god of shadows' small world. The power of faith poured into the small world of the god of fire through the channel. Feeling the increase of the power of faith in the small world, the god of fire had tears in his eyes. In order to survive, he had used many methods to obtain the power of faith. In the end, he had become a subordinate god, which was how he truly achieved his goal. The god of fire also sensed that the channel of the power of faith was connected from another small world. He was more powerful than the forest mother god, so he could sense more things. Although he didn't know which god the other side of the channel of the power of faith belonged to, he was sure that it wasn't the forest mother god's small world. This made the god of fire have some guesses. He didn't know which other god in the great world of God had joined David. As long as it wasn't a god in the recent tens of thousands of years, he knew all the gods in the great world of God. "God of fire, today is a good time to call the forest mother god. She hasn't been to my territory before, so let's go together this time." David said to the god of fire, "My lord, is it my original body going?" The god of fire asked hesitantly. After being a god for so long, the god of fire had long been used to hiding himself in the small world. After his original body became a god, he had never left the small world. He didn't know what to do when he suddenly accepted the main god's invitation. The god of fire didn't think that the main god would harm him. If the main god really wanted to harm him, he could easily kill him with his battle body avatar. "Don't worry, I'm bringing you guys this time to make you feel at ease." David couldn't help but laugh. David had the authority to enter the small worlds of the forest mother god and the god of fire. With a thought, he opened a portal between the two small worlds. The forest mother god received David's order and walked into the small world of the god of fire through the portal. The forest mother god looked at the small world curiously. Although she and the god of fire were both in the dusk of the gods, this was the first time they had actually met, let alone seen the small world of the god of fire. "I'll have to trouble you guys to enter my dimension first. I'll take you through the barrier of the large world," David said to the two gods. The forest mother god and the god of fire accepted David's guidance and entered the divine artifact portal card. David also left the small world of the god of fire and opened a wormhole leading to the insectoid world safety point. The insectoid world safety point was now in the underground base of the insectoid world's home planet. David appeared from the underground base and once again used his talent ability to break space to come to the surface of the home planet. He let the forest mother god and the god of fire out. The home planet was no longer desolate. Although it hadn't been completely transformed, most of the areas had the embryonic form of a green planet. The god of fire and the forest mother god stood in the main world. They could clearly feel the suppression from the main world. This wasn't the great world of God. They weren't surprised. The great world of God didn't have a place for gods to live. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to hide in the small world and not dare to show their faces. The god of fire and the forest mother god weren't used to the feeling of standing in the main world. This made them feel very insecure. Coupled with the suppression from the main world, their strength was greatly affected. Just as the god of fire and the forest mother god were observing the situation on the home planet while flying behind David, they heard a dragon's roar, followed by many dragons' roars. The god of fire's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted, "My lord, there's a giant dragon." The god of fire had fought against the giant dragons in the past. He knew how terrifying the giant dragons were, especially for a god like him who used the innate ability of fire. He naturally had a huge restriction on the giant dragons, a god-level life form with extremely strong defense. "Greetings, my Lord Dragon Emperor." Gold Dragon Alfred was extremely fast. As the god of fire cried out, he had already appeared in front of David. Similar to the two gods, Gold Dragon Alfred also shrunk his dragon body to cater to David. Still, even if it was only 4 meters long, it still gave the god of flames a great deal of pressure. If it wasn't for David's presence and the divine contract, the god of flames would have turned tail and fled. However, after hearing Gold Dragon Alfred's greeting, the god of fire was stunned. The forest mother god was also stunned. The god of fire shook his head in disbelief. Could it be that he hadn't left the small world for a long time, so there was something wrong with his ears? "Gold Dragon Alfred, what's the matter?" David saw that Gold Dragon Alfred was very emotional and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Gold Dragon Alfred couldn't hide his joy and said, "My Lord Dragon Emperor, a dragon egg hatched. It's a baby gold dragon." David was also very happy and said with a smile, "That's a good thing. Congratulations." Gold Dragon Alfred was, of course, excited, not only because it was a baby gold dragon of the same race, but also because it was the first mirage dragon of the dragon race in tens of thousands of years. It had an extremely important meaning. This represented the hope of the dragon race rising again. The hatching rune formation of the Shrines of Destruction was indeed useful beyond imagination. "Alexis, go and prepare some resources for this little guy. I don't want this little guy to rely on sleeping to get through his childhood." David ordered the black dragon on his shoulder. Generally speaking, the dragon whelps of the colossal dragon clan would spend at least 100 years to 1,000 years in their infancy. During this period, the dragon whelps would spend most of their time sleeping. This was also the dragon whelp's way of cultivation. However, this was also because of the problem of resources. By absorbing energy through their own body, they would need to sleep and train. If there were enough resources, then the baby dragon's childhood would be much shorter. "Yes, my lord," Black Dragon Alexis replied as he left David's shoulder. "Thank you, my Lord Dragon Emperor," Gold Dragon Alfred said with a smile. He rushed over in such a hurry because he wanted to get some resources from David. Otherwise, these god-level dragons would have to use their own resources to provide the baby dragons. This would affect their service to David. They needed to maintain enough battle power and wait for David's summons at any time. After Gold Dragon Alfred and Black Dragon Alexis left, the god of fire and mother goddess of the forest finally woke up. "My lord, you are the Dragon Emperor?" Even after hearing Gold Dragon Alfred call him that many times, the god of fire still couldn't confirm the authenticity of this matter. He didn't really doubt David, but this matter was too inconceivable. That was the dragon race, the ruler of the era of the dragon race. They had paid a huge price to activate the dragon summoning circle in the Twilight of the Gods, and because of this, the Twilight of the Gods had fallen apart. "I can only be considered a quasi-dragon emperor. I haven't become a god level yet, so I can't be considered a dragon emperor," David replied with a smile. The god of fire guessed that after the dragon summoning circle summoned the dragon race back, something big must have happened for the dragon race to seek refuge with David. Thinking of this, the god of fire no longer felt uncomfortable about becoming David's subordinate god. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pride. He was proud of his decisiveness. This was the Dragon Emperor. The previous Dragon Emperor could make the great world of God tremble with a sneeze. Although the dragon race was weak now, they were still god-level life forms. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Now, including Alexis, there are only 9 god-level dragons in the dragon race, but it will be better in the future. There will be new baby dragons born. David introduced with a smile. The god of fire nodded and swallowed his saliva. The mother goddess of the forest didn't say anything. As a god, she looked silly. She was shocked. In the bug race world, more than half of the star field belongs to my territory. Currently, our homeworld is still being transformed. I'm going to build it into a training base for god-level life forms. David continued to introduce as he stopped in the air. This was the first time the god of fire and the mother goddess of the forest knew about this. This was even more of a shock to them than David becoming the Dragon Emperor. This meant that their main god was actually controlling the bug race world. This was a real big world, a big world that could compete with the great world of God. They knew in their hearts that this was definitely not because of the dragon race. This was because the dragon summoning circle had only been activated not long ago. This should be the achievement of David's previous forces. The god of fire and the mother goddess of the forest suddenly felt that the rule of the bug race world suppression was not so uncomfortable. Becoming a god was the beginning of the shackles. They worked hard all day for the power of faith, and they were failures. They almost never enjoyed the air of freedom. Chapter 13:18. Follow me. David waved his hand and opened the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's space. The god of flames and the mother goddess of the forest couldn't help but look at each other as they watched David disappear in front of them. Even with their strength, they couldn't sense how David disappeared and could only guess that he had entered a certain space. The two gods flew forward, passed through the invisible barrier, and entered another space. They first felt the aura of divine power that was so dense that it almost suffocated them. This was divine power without an owner. Even if they took a breath, they felt that it was more than the power of faith that their small world produced in a year. The god of fire felt like crying. This was the heaven of the gods. If they could live here, they wouldn't even need to cultivate. They would become stronger while sleeping every day. You can feel it too. The aura of divine power here is overflowing from the magic circle over there. David pointed at the huge magic circle in the distance and introduced. The god of fire's expression changed slightly. He had already sensed the aura of 13 gods in that magic circle. At this moment, David's battle avatar appeared and flew back into the huge magic circle. Mother goddess of forest, you've been working hard recently. Today, I'll bring you here and introduce you to the other powerful beings under my command, David said to the mother goddess of forest with a smile. He then turned to the god of fire and said, let's also celebrate the addition of the god of fire. The god of fire wasn't dissatisfied with the fact that he was just a bystander. Instead, he was completely stunned by the continuous accidents. It was only now that the god of flames finally saw David's true strength. He did some calculations. 23 god-tier combatants, including himself and the forest mother, will be 25 god-tier combatants. David took the two gods to the front of the Dragon Emperor Palace. The two treants didn't return to their tree forms. Instead, they maintained their treant forms. Greetings, my lord. Zwashu and Zwashu bowed slightly when they saw David. The corner of the fire god's mouth twitched. 2 more deities, which meant that there were currently 27 deities in total. He now understood why the 5 gods of the great world of God had to give David face and acknowledge the position of the forest mother in the great world of God. This was not because the 5 great gods were easy to deal with. They were forced by David's battle power. The god of fire even believed that with so many god-level battle power, David could seize control of the great world of God at any time if he wanted. Is it Dragon Emperor Palace? The forest mother, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but ask when she saw the gate of the Dragon Emperor Palace. As a god who specialized in making artifacts, he could see the uniqueness of the gate of the Dragon Emperor Palace at a glance. The pattern of the magic circle was completely different from the system of the gods, and it was a product of the era of the dragons. As I'm a future Dragon Emperor, of course, I live in Dragon Emperor Palace. David answered as he opened the gate. Shocked, the god of fire and the forest mother couldn't speak anymore. They could only passively follow David into the Dragon Emperor Palace and onto the Dragon Emperor throne. The god of fire and the forest mother felt like they were in a dream. They never thought that one day they could enter the Dragon Emperor Palace and sit on the Dragon Emperor throne that belonged to the Dragon Emperor. The main reason David brought the two gods over was for the forest mother goddess. The forest mother goddess worked hard for him, and he had always seen it. This time, he wanted to show his strength to the forest mother and make her feel at ease. Even without the god of fire, David would bring the forest mother over at an appropriate time. Now that they're free, I'll bring you to meet the other gods. David sensed that the gods in the magic circle had finished their cultivation. He stood up and said. At the same time, he summoned all the god-level giant dragons through the Dragon Emperor book and had them come to the Dragon Emperor space. Outside the Dragon Emperor Palace, 9 god-level avatars, 5 god-level clone avatars, and 9 god-level giant dragons arrived one after another. Everyone, I'll formally introduce you today. This is the Forest Mother, my subordinate god. She's good at making artifacts and planting. This is my new subordinate god, the god of fire. David introduced to the other gods. Of course, this was mainly for the giant dragons. The other gods were all David's avatars. However, this was too strange, so David didn't want to say it out loud. Afterward, David introduced the other gods to the Forest Mother and the god of fire so that they could get to know each other. In order to reward the Forest Mother for her recent hard work, the Forest Mother can enter the magic circle to cultivate for 10 days. David announced. Hearing this reward, the Forest Mother couldn't help but look at the huge magic circle in the distance. That huge magic circle was extremely tempting for any god. Thank you, my lord, the Forest Mother said excitedly. The god of fire was filled with envy. He didn't even enter the huge magic circle. He could already feel the dense godly power from the outside. How much benefit would he get if he entered? Lord Dragon Emperor, I'd like to invite the Forest Mother to help build a dragon nest. Would you agree? Gold Dragon Alfred asked at this moment. Since they were going to settle down on homeworld in the future, every giant dragon needed their own dragon nest. Gold Dragon Alfred didn't want his dragon nest to be too simple, so he made this request after hearing that the Forest Mother Goddess was good at making divine artifacts. You can discuss this with the Forest Mother. It's fine as long as she's willing. David didn't forcefully order the Mother Goddess of the forest. Instead, he used this opportunity to allow the Mother Goddess of the forest to merge with the dragons and form a connection. In the following days, the Forest Mother didn't return to her small world except for the first 10 days to absorb the godly power in the giant magic circle. Instead, she stayed on the homeworld to help the god-tier dragons build their dragon nests. The god-tier dragons didn't ask the Forest Mother for help for nothing. They took out items to exchange, including all kinds of materials and training resources. As for the Forest Mother's small world, she only needed to manage it through her godly will. In fact, gods didn't need to stay in their small world completely. Now that the Forest Mother didn't have many followers, she didn't have many things to deal with. Therefore, the small world could function normally as long as there was some godly will. With the help of the Forest Mother, the construction of the dragon nest went very smoothly. David also returned to the Gammy planet and brought the giant dragon palace that belonged to the Black Dragon Alexis. He handed it over to the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis carried the giant dragon palace and put it down at the location assigned to him to build the dragon nest. When they saw the giant dragon palace, the Gold Dragon Alfred, the Black Dragon Nettinger, and the Green Dragon Austin couldn't help but fly over. As dragon gods, They all had their own giant dragon palaces when they were in the great world of God. It was a pity that after leaving the great world of God, they didn't know what happened to their giant dragon palaces. Now that they saw the Black Dragon Alexis giant dragon palace, they were especially envious of the Black Dragon Alexis giant dragon palace and dragon nest. The Black Dragon Alexis was now the true dragon god of the giant dragons. This was personally conferred by David and marked in the book of the Dragon Emperor. Currently, the 4 dragon gods of the giant dragons had formed a small circle. They were closer to each other. The Black Dragon Alexis smiled and invited them. "This is a reward for my lord. Dragon gods, please come in." The 3 dragon gods didn't stand on ceremony. They hadn't entered a real giant dragon palace for many years, and they also wanted to go in and experience it. Everything else in the giant dragon palace was normal. Only the Black Dragon Alexis bedroom made the 3 dragon gods widen their dragon eyes. A large number of gems were piled up in the bedroom. The quality of these gems was almost the same as the collection of the 3 dragon gods during the era of the giant dragons. The problem was that the 3 dragon gods didn't have so many gems in their collections. Not to mention now, those collections had long been lost. "These gems are your collection? You didn't lose your collection back then?" The gold dragon Alfred asked curiously. During the War of the Gods and the later part of the era of the giant dragons, the giant dragons almost couldn't take care of their collections. The continuous war of the gods reduced their collections time and time again. When they finally left the great world of God, the giant dragons' collections had long been gone. The Black Dragon Alexis smiled and said, "My collection is long gone. These are all a reward from my lord." He could also see that now, among the giant dragons, he was definitely the one with the most collections. This was enough to make the other dragon gods envious. The Black Dragon Alexis liked this feeling very much. It made the Dragon Emperor, whom he used to look up to, envy him. The transformation of home planet progressed very quickly. In another 2 years, the entire home planet had completely changed. In these 2 years, the giant dragons added 3 baby dragons. The entire giant dragon race was in a cheerful atmosphere. In these 2 years, David didn't return to the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation. Even when he met with Emma, it was through the divine artifact, the Eternal Guardian, that he chatted remotely. He wholeheartedly cultivated and made his demigod body energized to 99%. He was only 1 step away from the final breakthrough. He was ready to break through to the God level. Because he had fused with the world tree, he didn't care which world he ascended in. Of course, he couldn't do it in the bug tribe world. The bug tribe world's requirements for ascending to the God level were too strict. There were only 10 God level slots, and they were all taken up. He didn't know if the world tree would help him avoid the 10 God level slots limit. He didn't want to take the risk. If he missed the opportunity to ascend, he didn't know if it would affect his cultivation after becoming a god. David wanted to return to the Interstellar Federation to ascend. This time, he planned to bring along the destruction shrines. Within the range of the destruction shrines, it would reduce the risk of being discovered by the Interstellar Federation. Of course, the location of his ascension would naturally be in the Iridia star system. That was his territory. He would also have his army be on guard and provide him with protection when needed. As for the fact that he had already ascended once, it was easy to explain. After all, the Interstellar Federation didn't know much about the God level. They could just say that he had another breakthrough. David didn't plan to head to the Interstellar Federation immediately. He planned to wait until the Bug Tribe world sensed the aura of a breakthrough before heading to the Interstellar Federation. He had prepared everything. The Spirit Tribe leader had prepared enough top-grade Fey fruits for him. He used these top-grade Fey fruits to brew a batch of Fey red wine. This Fey red wine had a huge amount of energy, and it was prepared for David's ascension. In theory, David had studied the God level and deity classics that he had obtained. He had also set up a research project in the Cube's super artificial intelligence system. He had specially set aside a portion of computing resources to analyze and study these classics. In theory, he wasn't inferior to any god or god level that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The books that the Dragon Emperor had collected were all extremely precious legacies. David had absolute confidence that with his current power, even if the Interstellar Federation, the God Species Great World, and the rest of the God-level bug tribe from the bug tribe world were to join forces, they would not be able to stop him from ascending to God level. Just as David was calming his mind and preparing for his ascension, the great world of God's guardian planet's alarm system started ringing. The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight checked the scanning system and discovered that the scanning system had detected abnormal energy fluctuations at the boundary's energy barrier. However, the scanning didn't find anything. The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they mobilized their energy clones. The two energy clones flew straight into the sky and entered outer space. They flew toward the great world of God's barrier, ready to check if there were any abnormalities. What the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight didn't know was that just a few breaths ago, something had indeed passed through the barrier. It hadn't entered the great world of God, but had left the great world of God. The Grim Reaper controlled his own small world. Due to the lack of faith power, the Grim Reaper controlled the small world to go through a long journey. The Grim Reaper sat on his throne of bones in the small world. With a light tap of his finger, a believer's body suddenly exploded, turning into pure faith power. This was already the millionth believer he had consumed. In order to reach the great world of God's barrier, he had sacrificed too much. When leaving the great world of God, the moment the small world passed through the great world's barrier, the small world could no longer be hidden. In order to allow the small world to pass through the great world's barrier faster, the Grim Reaper consumed another 500 believers, gathering a large amount of faith power to increase the pushing force of the small world. The Guardian Planet's scanning array discovered the presence of the small world, but because the small world passed through the great world's barrier in just a few breaths of time, the scanning array lost its target. The Guardian Planet's scanning array couldn't determine what this presence was because there had never been a record of a small world being discovered by the scanning array. Chapter 1319. The Death God's small world passed through the great world barrier of the great world of God and reached the outer space of the War Star. The War Star was the center of this star field. Besides a single star that revolved around the War Star in a way that defied the natural laws, there were no other planets in this star field. When the three great worlds converged in this star field, the War Star was naturally not the only planet that existed. The other planets had all been destroyed in the moment of collision, reduced to spatial fragments. The Death God did not know the consequences of bringing the small world into this star field, but through the information he had gathered, he had come to the conclusion that the War Star was an extremely unstable node. As long as he could occupy this place, the five great gods of the great world of God would not dare to act rashly. When the small world left the great world of God, the Death God sensed that the small world had lost something. The ability to move and conceal itself in the great world of God had all been lost. The small world seemed to have lost its ability to move and stopped just outside the borders of the great world of God. The Death God's expression changed. He had not expected this to happen. "I can't stop here." The Death God's heart trembled. Although this place had left the great world of God, it was not safe. There was still some distance from his target, the War Star. Without the small world's concealment ability, this place would immediately be discovered by the great world of God and then be pursued by the five great gods. The Death God had paid such a high price and did not want to give up halfway. His eyes flashed with resolve. His figure flashed, and his divine body appeared outside the small world. The Death God dragged the small world forward with great difficulty. Because the small world had lost the protection of the great world of God, the small world had become extremely heavy, so heavy that the Death God found it extremely difficult to move. This made the Death God recall the first time he had lifted his small world into the sky when he had become a god. If he didn't succeed this time, then lifting up the small world would be the last time he lifted up his small world. The death god forcefully cast aside this unpleasant thought, and his gaze became resolute once more. He looked at the war star. There was a massive population there, and each person had decent fighting power. As long as he could bring the small world over and occupy it, the death god would gain many believers. And if his calculations were correct, this place was the intersection of the three great worlds, so the five great gods would not be able to attack the war star with their full strength. Death had already thought it through. As long as he occupied the war star, he would immediately seal off the passage between the insectoid world and the war star. The passage between the insectoid world and the war star was the smallest. As for the Interstellar Federation Alliance, the death god did not care world of God's world of gods. World of the world of death's world. God's world was not so here, the death's the gods' power. Powers, great world, was God's world of the world of world of the world of the world of the world. God, S's world was. World did not. There was God world of that world of world. However, the death god had no path of retreat in the great world of God. The collapse of the twilight of the gods and the death of many of his believers, as well as the large amount of faith energy he had expended, meant that the small world would collapse after slumbering for 10,000 years. The death god was not willing to fade away like this. Although attacking the war star was risky, there was still a sliver of hope. Discovered God energy. A patrol fleet of the Interstellar Federation was the first to discover the death god carrying the small world. The alarm system inside the ship rang out and was sent back to headquarters. Immediately intercept them. No matter the cost, we must prevent the god from approaching the war star. General Adams immediately ordered the patrol team. Admiral Adams had information on the war star. According to the analysis of the Federation's superintelligence system, if a rank 5 combatant were to use their full strength on the war star, it would cause some of the war star's energy to go into chaos. The higher the level of energy, the more intense the energy chaos would be. It was hard to imagine what would happen if a god personally came to the war star. The war star's location was very unique. It was at the center of the intersection of the three great worlds. This place was affected by the overlapping of the three great worlds and had the ability to regenerate endless resources, but was also extremely dangerous. Some researchers had even predicted that if the war star was destroyed, it would trigger a chain reaction in the three great worlds and pose a great threat to the three great worlds. Thus, even though he knew that the patrol fleet was suicidal, Admiral Adams still hoped to stop the god from advancing and buy some time. This was because the death god was located on the side of the great world of God. The Interstellar Federation's doomsday defense line, formed by the 10 artificial planets, could not attack the death god. If they wanted to attack the death god, the 10 artificial planets would need to move into the war star's outer space and find a suitable angle. This required time. Although the doomsday defense line formed by the 10 artificial planets could move, it had not moved in a very long time. It would take some time for it to move. Orders were sent out from the war zone headquarters, and the situation here was also reported to the Federal High Command. The urgent military situation caused Grand Marshal Andre to call for the highest-level military meeting. Apart from Admiral David, all the other vice marshals participated in this meeting. The Federation's war machine began to operate, but it would also take time for it to operate on a large scale and attack a god. When the death god was attacked, the patrol ships fired their main cannons, and energy beams tore through the void toward the death god. The death god had no time to pay attention to the patrol fleet. It had to speed up and push its small world to the war star. At 1 o'clock, the three great worlds would react, and it would be attacked by the three great worlds. With a thought, 2 demigod skeletons flew out and stood in front of the death god, allowing the energy beams to hit it. After enduring a round of attacks, the 2 demigod skeletons faced the rest of the patrol fleet's firepower and lunged at the patrol fleet. A large number of missiles struck the demigod skeletons, but not a single mark was left on their bones. The fighting strength of the two sides was completely unequal, and without the suppression of the great world, the demigod skeletons were not affected in the slightest. Even the patrol fleet's most powerful main cannons were unable to harm the demigod skeletons, let alone their other space weapons. But with orders in hand, the patrol fleet did not retreat. They madly fired all the ammunition they had brought with them. Every soldier in the fleet was keenly aware that once the two demigod skeletons got close, they would be wiped out. Worcester's rank 5 insectoids and rank 5 Temple Knight also sensed the death god's energy approaching. 3 rank 5 insectoids and 3 rank 5 Temple Knights sent 6 energy clones into space. Before they could even get close to the death god, the 6 energy clones were crushed to pieces by the terrifying suppression in space. On the ground, the 3 rank 5 insectoids and the 3 rank 5 Temple Knight shuddered. The energy clones were connected to their souls, and if they were destroyed, both their souls and their bodies would be injured. The 3 rank 5 insectoids and the 3 rank 5 Temple Knight did not hesitate. They endured the pain and flew into space. As they rose into the air, they encountered each other, but they did not speak or communicate. They had the same spirit of protection. For the sake of their different races, they constantly clashed with each other, but there was no right or wrong in this matter. They were all doing it for their respective great worlds. In the face of a powerful enemy, they made the same choice and chose to die without hesitation. The 3 rank 5 Temple Knights formed a simple knight formation, while the 3 rank 5 insectoids used their bodies to block the rank 5 Temple Knight. They understood each other too well, and though they had never formally worked together, they formed a perfect formation. Obliterate. The death god's emotionless voice strangely reverberated through space. The life force of the 6 rank 5 experts in the middle of their charge suddenly disappeared. The 6 bodies belonged to different races, and because they were charging, even after their lives disappeared, they continued to charge forward. In the end, they crashed into the little world, and the 6 bodies turned into red and green mists of blood. "You're seeking death," the death god coldly said. His eyes turned to the War Star, and a scorching light flashed in them. That place would be his land of hope. If he could control it, he would be able to escape the pursuit of the 5 gods and rebuild his faith on the War Star. Although the War Star was not empty right now, the Death God did not care about the red mist on the surface of the War Star. He pushed his little world toward the War Star. With a boom, something unexpected happened. The Death God sensed that his little world had entered the range of the War Star, and a terrifying energy washed over the little world. This was the node where the 3 great worlds converged. When a god's little world entered, it triggered an unknown outcome. The Death God sensed that the energy rushing at him had the power to tear his divine body apart. Without any hesitation, the Death God entered the little world. The War Star was clearly not the heaven that the Death God had imagined, but a hell even more terrifying than the pursuit of the 5 gods. The little world in the air above the War Star caused an energy shockwave. The little world had a special defense mechanism that allowed it to endure the damage from the energy shockwave. However, the energy shockwave in the air caused the entire War Star to tremble. Whether it was the insectoids or the humans, none of them were able to stand due to the terrifying energy shockwave. This was especially true for the relatively weak humans. Those soldiers who were not equipped with exoskeleton armor were immediately heavily injured by the might of the world. Because the Death God's little world had been hovering above the War Star this entire time, the energy shockwave continued to grow stronger. The bodies of the injured humans began to crumble. The Kaji wearing exoskeleton armor were also barely holding on, but they probably would not be able to last much longer. The shells of the weak insectoids were also unable to endure the might of the energy shockwave, and their bodies began to explode. Even the rank 3 and 4 insectoids, the Knight and the Transcendent, were unable to escape the War Star. They could only helplessly look up at the sky and wait for destruction to descend. The War Star had always had a rule against allowing rank 5 experts to take action here, because the energy of a rank 5 expert would cause enormous damage to the War Star. Whether it was the insectoid world or the great world of God, they all abided by this rule. But none of the life forms on the War Star had ever imagined that this destruction would be so terrifying. The Death God was in his little world, observing the situation outside. The energy shockwave around his little world was the most terrifying, and the further he went, the weaker the energy shockwave became. However, he discovered that this energy shockwave was slowly expanding with the little world's existence. Even the Death God, a god, was unable to endure the power of the energy shockwave around the little world, and if this power continued to expand, the entire War Star would be destroyed. The Death God was currently trapped in his little world, and he was somewhat similar to the life forms on the War Star. They were both waiting for the energy shockwave to strengthen and destroy themselves. The energy shockwave around the little world was increasing in power, going from a level that the Death God's divine body could not endure to a level that the little world would not be able to withstand. The Death God was somewhat regretful of his choice. He had not imagined that this choice would lead to his death. Once the little world was unable to endure the energy shockwave from the outside world, the terrifying energy would instantly kill the Death God. But what the Death God did not know was that the energy shockwave produced by the War Star was also affecting the three great worlds. Spatial energy ripples appeared in all three great worlds, and these ripples caused every planet in the three great worlds to tremble slightly, the power of which was equivalent to a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake. The god of war, the god of earth, the god of justice, the god of knowledge, and the god of wealth noticed this abnormality. They used the shrines that were scattered throughout the great world of God to discover that the entire great world of God was trembling slightly. Although these tremors were currently unable to cause much harm, the terrifying thing was that these tremors were spreading throughout the great world of God. This was a major problem in the great world of God. The first place that the five gods thought of was the War Star. When the three great worlds had converged, the gods had wanted to take over the War Star. Alas, before the gods could even get close, the arrival of the first batch of level 5 Temple Knights had caused the energy of the War Star to tremble. According to the analysis of the five gods, the War Star could not endure the appearance of level 5 or higher energy within the War Star's range. This would cause the War Star's energy to explode. The five gods no longer considered the matter of their main bodies. Their figures walked out of their small worlds at the same time. The gate of faith opened, and they appeared at the Great World Barrier. One barrier separated them from the Great World Barrier was the outer space of War Star. At this point, the five gods were certain of what had happened. The Death God's aura was particularly striking in the midst of the War Star's eruption of energy. The five gods had extremely ugly expressions. None of them could interfere now. They could only hope that the Death God's little world would collapse. That way, the War Star would lose the source of the energy shockwave, and perhaps the energy would calm down. Chapter 1320. In the Interstellar Federation, President Peter and Grand Marshal Andre were in the middle of a call. President Peter, I have an urgent matter to report to you. Grand Marshal Andre had opened an emergency call. Otherwise, President Peter would have been busy dealing with special matters and would not have taken the time to answer Grand Marshal Andre's call. Grand Marshal Andre, the entire Federation is currently in a state of panic. I only have 2 minutes before I have to give a speech to the citizens to calm them down. If your matter isn't more important, then contact me after I'm done with my speech. President Peter hurriedly said. President Peter, I'm reporting to you about the current turmoil in the Interstellar Federation. Grand Marshal Andre sternly said. Does the military know what's going on? Why didn't they report to me? President Peter's voice was shrill as he called out. Just now, we discovered a god approaching the War Star. We were unable to stop the god from entering the War Star. The current turmoil in the Interstellar Federation is due to the god entering the War Star, triggering an energy explosion. Grand Marshal Andre ignored President Peter's question and continued to report. President Peter recalled that after he was elected president of the Federation, he had the authority to look through top-secret documents, which included information on the War Star. Why had the previous Federation governments invested astronomical sums into the federal military and allowed the federal military to maintain absolute autonomy? This was because the federal military needed to protect the War Star. The War Star was the intersection of the three major worlds. Not only did it produce an endless supply of resources, but it also concerned the safety of the three major worlds. Back when the three major worlds converged, there had been a similar tremor, but it later stabilized and formed a star field with a War Star at the center. The convergence of the three major worlds had also stopped. But because of the War Star's existence, the three major worlds were in a fragile balance. Any energy fluctuation from the War Star would affect the three major worlds. This theory had always been based on the simulation of the superintelligence system. No one wanted such a situation to occur in reality. But it was clear that the Death God had sent a minor world into the War Star's range, triggering an unimaginable energy explosion. Is there a solution? President Peter asked, suppressing his fear. President Peter knew the final outcome of the document. The three major worlds would suffer a great calamity from the tremors. The balance of countless planets would be destroyed, and life would be extinguished on these planets. If the War Star's energy fluctuations continued, the three worlds would either separate or continue to converge. The separation was still manageable, but if they continued to converge, all the other planets around the War Star had been obliterated. This was the result of all three worlds converging. Activate the ARC project and store the human genes in the Doomsday Fortress. Additionally, I've also informed General David. I hope that General David will have a solution. Grand Marshal Andre said bitterly. The ARC project was a last resort in case the human race encountered extinction. The Doomsday Fortress was a huge sphere that was made from many layers of special materials. Human genes were stored in it, and these multi-layered special material spheres would use countless types of special materials to protect themselves during destruction, allowing human genes to avoid the disaster of extinction. Has it already come to this? Has General David replied? President Peter had clearly lost his composure. Grand Marshal Andre did not reply to President Peter's question. His silence said it all. General David was normally in seclusion. Even if he used the most special channel, there was no guarantee that he would receive the news in time. Even if he did receive the news, it would be difficult to resolve the disaster on the War Star. In the great world of God, the five gods worked together to set up an energy barrier that sealed off the great world of God, hoping to reduce the impact on the great world of God. On the home planet of the insectoid world, David, who was meditating in the Dragon Emperor Palace, suddenly received news from many of his doppelgangers. There was news from the doppelganger of a legendary rank overlord from a large world of gods, as well as the doppelganger of a level 5 bishop in a safe point of the Interstellar Federation. The legendary Lord clones reported that there had been an abnormal tremor, while the level 5 bishop clone of the Interstellar Federation sent urgent news from Grand Marshal Andre and David's subordinates. A god had entered the War Star, and the consequences were dire. In particular, Grand Marshal Andre had sent a top-secret document to the level 5 bishop clone. This document recorded the results of an energy explosion on the War Star, and this top-secret document made David's heart sink. David had friends and family in the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God, and he had a faction in the Zerg world. If the apocalypse described in the report really did occur in the three worlds, he could not imagine how he would deal with it. He made up his mind to personally go and see the situation. He had too many secrets on him, and perhaps he could resolve the problem. David did not use his innate space piercer ability. Instead, he had his battle body clone open a spatial passage. He used the spatial passage to appear at the barrier between the Zerg world and the War Star world. This was a passage that was 300 meters tall and wide. It was the smallest passage from the Zerg world to the War Star, and it was on the surface of the War Star, deep within the insectoid territory. When David arrived, the Queen Mother's mental avatar was also standing there. "Demigod Arthur, you've also come." The Queen Mother seemed very helpless. She had no idea what to do about this situation, and she had not expected David to have a solution. She only greeted him out of courtesy. "What's the situation?" David sternly asked. "It's very bad. We've confirmed that a god's small world is above the war star, causing this energy explosion. If this explosion is not stopped, the insectoids might go extinct," the Queen Mother hatefully said. David nodded. After reading the top-secret information Grand Marshal Andre had given him, he had his own speculations. There was only a great world barrier between them. He used his mental energy to pass through this barrier and sense what was happening on the war star. He could clearly see the small world through his mental energy. The terrifying energy explosion around the small world was already about to spread to the ground, and the war star would be obliterated by this energy explosion. There was no need to judge the power of this energy explosion. David could sense the danger of death in his mental energy, which was proof of how terrifying this energy explosion was. "Emma, I prepared the most beautiful wedding dress for you. When I return, wear it for me," David said to Emma through the Eternal Guardian. David had the Forest Mother Goddess create a wedding dress. This was a divine tool that even mortals could use. It had no practical use, only a dazzling effect. This was the gift that David had prepared to formally propose to Emma after he became a god. The decision he was about to make would be the greatest risk he had ever taken in his life. If he succeeded, he would be able to save the 3 great worlds. If he failed, he would leave this beautiful moment to Emma. David only hoped that the Eternal Guardian would be able to protect Emma. Emma couldn't help but panic when she received this message. She hurriedly tried to connect to the Eternal Guardian and speak to David. However, the connection that had never failed before failed today. Emma had never been so panicked before. She constantly used her mental energy to try and connect to David on the other end of the Eternal Guardian. Under the flabbergasted gaze of the Queen Mother's mental energy clone, David passed through the Great World Barrier and entered the War Star. The energy on the ground was still bearable, but 100 meters in the air was a violent explosion of energy that would reach the ground in just a few seconds. "Today I, David Kerr, will become a god," David resolutely said as he looked up at the sky. David had always wanted to cultivate the path of becoming a god. He did not want to hide in a small world like a turtle. Just look at the powerful war god. It was precisely because he was a god who had become a god through faith that he rarely used his true body to fight, which greatly affected the strength he could display. Thus, David had decided long ago that he would cultivate the path of becoming a god. But today, he would go against his choice. He would choose to become a god through faith. Moreover, in order to prevent the destruction of the War Star, he had chosen the path of becoming a god through faith that no one had ever taken before. This was a risk that involved his future and everything else. As he saw the terrifying explosion of energy about to descend upon him, David shifted the small world in his soul space out of his soul space. The only thing left in his soul space was the soul fortress at the core. The small world on the periphery had descended upon the War Star, and it was not just the War Star. Even the surrounding star fields and space that belonged to the War Star had been covered by the small world in his soul space. David's small world in his soul space could no longer be called a small world. This world had a complete system of laws and was extremely stable. It had even given birth to illusory humans, and with the help of the World Tree, a few believers had turned into physical bodies. If this continued normally, the small world in his soul space would one day evolve into a large world. But today, David treated the small world in his soul space as the small world of a god. The first step to becoming a god was to lift his small world into the air and have the small world fuse with the large world. David was not sure if he could successfully become a god because the small world in his soul space was far too different from the small world of a god. He had read many books about the gods, and he knew that this adventure was unprecedented. The 5 gods, the Mother Empress, and the federal military all discovered that the War Star had disappeared, or perhaps something had blocked their observation. At the same time, the tremors in the three large worlds disappeared, and the spatial energy in the three large worlds stabilized. What happened? Let alone the federal military, who did not understand the situation of gods. Even the five gods of the great world of God did not know what had happened. Only the Mother Empress stared in a daze at the vanishing war star. She knew that this was the work of demigod Arthur, but she could not imagine how demigod Arthur had managed to resolve that terrifying explosion of energy that no god or god could control. After David released his small world, he felt his body begin to change. This was a change toward a god's body, but he was somewhat unwilling to give up. He took out all the realm crystals he had, as well as the top-grade spirit red wine. He poured the top-grade red wine into his mouth and absorbed the world crystal into his body. The boundless energy caused his body's energization to jump from 99% to 100%. At this point, the final transformation of his body from the power of faith to godhood was completed. At almost the same time, David completed faith to godhood and cultivation to godhood. He did not know what he was now. Was he a god, or both? Contrary to David's expectations, the trial of the great world's laws that he had imagined would occur when he became a god did not occur. The world he was in was his own, and this world had even provided him with assistance when he became a god. Otherwise, the faith to godhood body would not have condensed so quickly. David had a strange look on his face. His godhood process had only taken a few breaths. His cloned avatar and insectoid avatar had never advanced so smoothly in the insectoid world, the great world of God, or the Interstellar Federation, nor had they taken such a short time. David felt that his advancement was like standing outside the door. The door was open, and all he needed to do was walk through the door. Once he walked through the door, he would become a god. Between godhood and godhood, David did not know what his body was, but an incomparably powerful feeling welled up in his heart. David looked up at the sky. At this moment, the eruption of energy in the sky seemed to have been fixed, and the entire world seemed to have stopped in time. When he was advancing, he thought about stopping the eruption of energy, but after he became a god, the law of speed caused the eruption of energy in his eyes to be in a relatively static state. The eruption of energy that David had thought would be enough to obliterate him was now very ordinary in his eyes. He waved his hand, and the eruption of energy quickly dissipated. This was his world, and everything here was under his control. His world enveloped Warstar, and Warstar became a part of his world. David saw the little world in the sky. It was precisely because of this little world that he had taken this risk, that he had almost lost all his friends and family, that he had lost everything he loved. David was enraged. His body suddenly expanded, quickly surpassing 1,000 meters. In his own world, he could freely change the size of his body. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the little world. Countless divine patterns flashed on the little world, attempting to resist his right hand. "My name is Destruction. There is nothing that I cannot destroy," David coldly said. With a boom, the death god's little world, which had withstood Worcester's eruption of energy, was crushed by David. The death god, who had lost his little world, appeared in the sky. He stared in shock at the giant like David. Even though his divine body was 300 meters tall, he was still very small in front of David. What made the death god feel even more despair was that after his little world was destroyed, he had suffered severe injuries. His foundation had been destroyed, and the faith energy in his body was constantly replenishing his injuries. This sort of injury could not be healed. Once the death god ran out of faith energy, it would be the end of the death god. Chapter 1321. Death understood his situation. He wanted very much to kill the enemy that had destroyed his small world before he died, but he could not do so. Death's divine body was suppressed by this world, and this suppression was pushed to the extreme by David's anger. All the weight and laws of this large world were acting on Death's divine body. Even if he was not injured, he would not be able to move easily under this oppression. "You're Arthur? You become a god." The Grim Reaper recognized David and said in disbelief, "In prison." David waved his hand, and countless runes flashed, surrounding Death's divine body. These runes made Death's divine body immobile, and the divine power in his body was solidified. The Grim Reaper's injuries were also temporarily stabilized. David used imprisonment in his own world, and its power was unexpectedly terrifying. "Death, you have an old grudge with Alexis. I think he will be interested in spending tens of thousands of years to let you enjoy his pain," David said in a low voice. Death could not speak at this time. His eyes were filled with a desire to die. Death was an eternal slumber for gods. Death wanted to enter an eternal slumber, and he did not want to fall into the hands of Black Dragon Alexis. He had tortured Black Dragon Alexis for tens of thousands of years. He could not imagine what would happen if he fell into the hands of Black Dragon Alexis. In the era of the War, the dragons had many punishments for gods, and any one of them was feared by the gods. David threw Death to the side. He finally had time to look at his own world. He looked at it from a god's perspective. His world covered the galaxy between the three large worlds. In the past, there was only one planet in this galaxy, and the star revolved around it. Now that the laws of the world had returned to normal, the star became the center, and the star revolved around it. There was another planet that revolved around it. On that planet, there were illusionary humans, David's believers, the spirit race, and so on. David's shrines of destruction were also there. Everything in David's soul space had been moved to that planet. David didn't see the world tree. While he was thinking, he sensed the existence of the world tree. It was growing quietly at the core of the star. His figure flashed and arrived at the core of the star. He was the ruler of this world. The core of the star had no effect on him. The Tree of World was very happy with David's choice, which allowed the small world in his soul space to be integrated into the real world. In particular, David had chosen this special place. Although it was the intersection of the three big worlds, it was also a world independent of the three big worlds. After integrating with this special world, David's world would have an extremely strong independence. From now on, this world would become another big world on par with the three big worlds. Although it was still very small, its future was extremely broad. This world was the link between the three big worlds. The three big worlds couldn't leave this world. The will of the world tree carried David's will and looked toward the edge of the world. Beyond the edge of the world was chaos, but David seemed to see stars being born in the chaos. David understood that the world tree wanted to tell him that this world wasn't small as he saw it. It was a real big world. Any big world would grow from small to big. World tree, am I a god or a god? David asked the question he wanted to know the most. Is that important? The world tree didn't answer. Instead, it asked a question. Yes, is that important? David felt his own strength. He originally thought that the battle body avatar was already at the peak of the god level, but now he knew that the god level and god level he understood were only the god level and god level he saw. The real power was something he didn't understand. David left the world tree inside the star. The connection between him and the world tree was still close. The two of them were like one. This separation didn't affect him at all. In fact, if he wanted to, he could use the world tree's power at any time. David suddenly realized that the 10 artificial planets of the Doomsday Defense Line were also in his big world. The Doomsday Defense Line, formed by the 10 artificial planets, wanted to move to a position where they could attack Death, but in reality, they had only moved a very short distance. This short distance was enough to enter the outer space of the battle star. When David's small world in his soul space enveloped the star field, it also enveloped the Doomsday Defense Line. David wanted to sense the situation within the Doomsday line of defense. Only then did he realize that his spirit had long transformed into divine will. Perhaps it was because he had leveled up in his own world, or perhaps it was because his spirit was extremely powerful to begin with. His divine will had reached trillions. It was no wonder that he found that he could reach a conclusion as fast as lightning no matter what problem he thought of. It turned out that his mind had evolved into divine sense, and he had trillions of divine senses. It wasn't that David didn't have any gods under his command. He even had a god like the Shadow God's clone that he could study at will. The god of Shadow's doppelganger only had 1,000,000 divine senses. The mother goddess of the forest was even weaker than the god of Shadow's doppelganger, while the god of Fire's doppelganger had a similar number of divine senses. What David didn't know was that there really wasn't a god who had advanced to become a god through the existence of a real world in their soul space. This was also why his divine sense had increased so much. David didn't know much about his own body at the moment, but as he explored, everything would become familiar. His divine sense scanned the 10 artificial planets, and all the secrets of the Doomsday Defense Line were analyzed by his trillions of divine senses. David could sense the confusion and helplessness of the Federation soldiers operating the Doomsday Defense Line. He shook his head slightly. Since the Doomsday Defense Line was in his world, he had no reason to return. "This is my world. Let's call it Planet Warstar," David muttered to himself. He waved his hand, and Planet Warstar was no longer blocked from the other 3 worlds. The Interstellar Federation, the Great World of God, and the Insectoid World all saw a new star field. What's going on with this star field? The federal military general stared in a daze at the scanning device in front of him. He couldn't imagine that Planet Warstar had undergone such a drastic change in such a short amount of time. Where did those extra planets come from? Did someone move the planets? What kind of power was this? Is that General David? The general saw a figure standing in space in the scanned image. That face belonged to General David. After confirming General David's identity, the federal military immediately reported it to Grand Marshal Andre. It was General David who saved us. This was Grand Marshal Andre's first thought after hearing the report. President Peter was currently giving a speech to all his citizens. Grand Marshal Andre sent a message to President Peter. President Peter glanced at his bracelet with a special reminder. The solemn expression on his face disappeared, replaced by excitement and joy. The abnormal tremors that have appeared in various parts of the Federation this time have been confirmed to have originated from Planet Warstar. In every era, there will be a Federation hero, and when the Federation was in danger, General David went to Planet Warstar and a stabilized Planet Warstar, saving the Interstellar Federation. Please remember the name David Kerr. He is the pride of the Federation. President Peter loudly proclaimed. Almost 99% of the people on the various planets of the Interstellar Federation were watching President Peter's speech. The abnormal tremors had caused everyone to panic. Now that President Peter had spoken, everyone relaxed. They loudly cheered David's name. The great world of God, the god of war, and the other gods were also watching David in space. Although David had changed back to his original appearance, the god of war still recognized him as Arthur with a single glance. He could no longer be called demigod Arthur. Arthur had become a god. "It seems like we need to discuss how to get along with Arthur," the god of war said with a bitter smile. The 5 gods could sense the aura emanating from David's body. It was so powerful that it surpassed any peak god they had ever seen. It also contained an unimaginable power that could destroy everything. David had just ascended and had not yet stabilized his aura. The 5 gods could tell. David sensed the god of war's gaze. His figure flashed, and he appeared very close to the 5 gods. "Greetings, gods. From today onwards, this is my Warstar world," David announced in a deep voice. The god of war finally sensed again and discovered the difference from the original Warstar. In his senses, the Warstar sector did not have an additional planet. Instead, it had become an independent world. "Arthur, you actually created a new world and use it to become a god. You're the god of creation." The god of war's voice changed. The expressions of the other 4 gods were also very interesting. None of them had thought of this. The god of creation was a name that had never been recorded in any books. The gods who created the world were so ancient that they only existed in the knowledge of a small number of gods. The great world of God had been created by the God of creation. The God of creation had left the great world of God before ancient times. The worlds created by the God of creation had limitless potential. This was also why the great world of God could accommodate so many gods. God of creation. I like this name. It's much better than the God of destruction I gave myself. From now on, I'll be called the God of creation, David said with a smile. David did not know the origin of the God of creation, but this name really suited him. The God of knowledge bowed and said, "Great God of creation, I hope that the great world of God will have eternal peace with your war-star world. I'm also a member of the great world of God. I naturally hope that the great world of God will have peace." David replied with a smile. The five gods looked at each other, indescribable joy in their hearts. They believed that the God of creation would not lie. As for starting a war with the God of creation, as long as they were not stupid, they could not start a war. Putting aside just how terrifying the God of creation was, the God of creation had so many God-level combatants under him. This was not something they could stand against. Peace was the most important thing. After the five gods received the God of creation's guarantee, their hearts calmed down. David's figure flashed once more, and he appeared in front of the passage between the war star and the insectoid world. He looked at the Queen Mother's mental avatar. "Greetings, great Arthur. The insectoids will always obey your orders," the Queen Mother said without hesitation. The Queen Mother was skilled in the mind, and in her senses, David alone was more terrifying than the other 15 deities combined. This was especially true when David's aura had yet to stabilize, and the unparalleled destructive energy surging within his body from time to time. This caused the Queen Mother to be greatly alarmed. Long ago, the Queen Mother and the five insectoid gods had basically surrendered, but at that time, they had still been working together. After truly sensing David's strength, the Queen Mother understood one thing. The Emperor-level inheritance rune had no effect on David. In this situation, the power of faith produced by the prosperity of the insectoids had no effect on David. The Queen Mother was very clear about the insectoids' current situation. Surrendering to the strongest was their only choice. Very good. The insectoid world will continue as before, and you will lead it, David said with a nod and a smile. He did not care if the Queen Mother was loyal or not, because the Queen Mother and the five insectoid gods together were nothing more than a casual attack. After dealing with the relationship between the great world of God and the insectoid world, David moved his mind, and the Federation soldiers on the 10 artificial planets of the Doomsday Defense Line were all moved out of the War Star. Tens of thousands of Federation soldiers were wrapped in survival barriers and sent back to the borders of the Interstellar Federation. David scanned the Warstar situation and discovered that the Warstar's regenerative ability had not disappeared. On the contrary, after the Warstar world had stabilized, its regenerative ability had become even stronger. He did not have much need for the Warstar's resources, and the regenerative resources here could still be used to cooperate with the three great worlds. Of course, he did not need to personally involve himself in this matter. The administrator of his territory in the great world of God would be transferred over to help him manage the Warstar world. As for the other planet, it was not open to the public. It would be used as a plantation for Phase. On the Interstellar Federation's monolith planet, Parent City, a young man in casual clothes and a beautiful girl with a sweet smile were walking down Lanka Street. The two of them seemed to be protected by some mysterious energy. With the girl's appearance, she would definitely attract a lot of attention if she appeared on a normal street, but no one noticed these two young men. The girl saw that many people were lining up ahead and softly said to the young man, "David, this is your home. Many people have come to visit." The young man smiled and said, "I'll bring you in. No one will notice." The two of them were like ordinary lovers. As they walked past the crowd, the side door automatically opened. "Welcome back, Master." The same voice as the girl from before rang out in the room, and the girl looked at the young man with a smile. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.